modify.
Wait, hold on. Alright. So select all of them, go to modify, um, and then dollar sign.
No, we're not gonna do the dollar sign.
Okay, so modify, then what?
So modify, search, and replace names,
Search and replace names.
and then we're gonna do underscore low, and then replace with underscore high,
That's
and we'll
so
change it from
useful.
hierarchy. Well, hold on. We'll change it from hierarchy to selected, and then if we hit apply, that'll change the names for us. Now, you'll
Oh.
notice something. You need that to be lowercase, all lowercase.
Alright, so now I gotta change this to.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh my god. Okay. No, oh my gosh, I'm already doing this wrong. Oh, and I can't type. Man, do you just love how slow I am? Do you just. Okay, there we go.
You're perfectly fine, dude.
Did I even spell high right?
Yeah, you spelled it right.
Okay.
So at that point, we can save our project just in case it crashes. And now we've got everything nicely named and cleaned up. But now we need to commit our high meshes to actually be high meshes because right now they're still low poly.
Yeah.
There's a couple ways to do this. So we already know one method, which is to go to mesh and then just do smooth, right?
Yeah.
And then we commit however many subdivision levels we want. But the
Uh huh.
problem is if we do this method, you'll notice that if I change the slider, it's only changing one. It's not changing all of them.
Mm.
Um, and so I'll have to select on each mesh to do so. I could go back up to mesh and go to smooth and hit the little box next to it. This gives me the options. And then I could smooth it to the level that I want to smooth it to by default. So I could
Mhm.
say like 2 or 3
Uh huh.
and hit apply, and that will put all of them to 2.
Mm.
That would be pretty advantageous, and that's committed. So it is now that topology.
Okay.
So that would be effective.
Okay.
Now we'll want to hide our low, so this way we're really making sure don't just select it in the viewport because we have both our high and our low visible.
Uh
So
huh.
if we select our low group, we hit H.
Oh, yeah, I've been starting to doing this now. Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
Select the nope. I didn't do what I said. Select the group. There you go. Hit H. That'll just hide all that. That way you don't have to select all of those.
Okay.
Um, and then it's the same thing here. So you can select that group. You can go to mesh. You can go to smooth and go to the options. And then you can change that to 2. And then voila. So now you have committed geometry. That is your high poly. Once again, we'll just select our group, our high group, and we'll go to delete by type history, just so we have no history attached to it. And we're pretty much done. Like we're ready to start getting things out of this.
All right. Cool.
Now, I say that, but I actually just want you to watch for a moment. I want to show you something, and this is going to be a little bit of a strange one, a little bit of an abstract one, and a little frustrating. And I'm sure you might have some questions, and they will all be very reasonable in asking questions because I kind of set you up not to fail. Um, there's definitely success in this, but it's one of those that you won't know unless you know.
Mhm.
So what I'm gonna do, you can follow just this portion, but after we export out of here, um, actually no, don't. I'll save you a little bit of time. I'm gonna show you how to export. I'm gonna get this into Substance Painter real quick, and then we're gonna see the problem. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go and select my high poly group, and I'm gonna go to File, and I'm gonna use this little game exporter. This is a handy dandy little thing, and it just kind of does everything I really need it to do. Um, and so it brings up this little menu. I'm gonna change this from Export All to Export Selection. and I'm just going to turn off blend shapes and skinning because we don't really have that right now. And I'm going to select a destination. And the nice thing about this is all it is doing is selecting a place where you want it to go. You're not naming the file here. And so I could set up like a folder and just start dumping a bunch of assets in here really fast.
Hmm.
So we'll do Bomberman. We'll do hi. And then I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to do Bomberman hi. Name does not matter in the exports. The only names that matter are right here in the outliner. Those are the only ones. You can name this whatever the fuck you want. It does not matter. I'm going to export that out. And then I'm going to hide this one. And I'm going to unhide my low poly, which is just selecting it and hitting H again. And this time I'm just going to change that high to low. And I'm going to export. And it's that simple. And we're done. Now, I'm going to jump into Substance Painter, and I'm going to show you a little issue that we're going to face. And then I'll show you how to fix it.
All right, then.
And I'm doing this way because I just kind of want your undivided attention on this, but also I just want to save you a little bit of confusion and time. I don't want you doing all this, and then you'd be like, wait, but now I'm confused because we just did all this. So I've got Substance Painter. I'm going to hit New. I'm going to select template here, and I'm just going to scroll down until I find Unreal Engine, because that's where we're outputting ours, but if we want to do Unity, so on and so forth, right? I'm going to go to Select to select my mesh, and I'm going to be searching for the low poly. Okay? Now with my low poly here, I will just say OK and import in. And it's always good to check and make sure that everything came in the way you wanted it to. And to make sure that there's nothing crazy. So both check your UVs. And you'll see over here in the top right, we have our texture sets, right? Body, head, and then this just material. Remember, this is what defines our texture sets. So even though those UVs are in the same space, those materials we assigned are what assigns the actual textures. Okay? So we have 3. And so now we have this here. Now, if I go to texture set settings and I scroll down here to bake mesh maps, it's going to pop up this bake mesh map application here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in my high poly. And if I go to bake this as is, we're going to get a couple of issues. And it might not be super noticeable at first. But the problem here is that you'll see that this foot, because they're intersecting one another, they're actually causing a bake onto each other. But not only that, we have all of those stacking UVs here. So our bake is actually being done twice. And it's getting applied twice. So we end up getting information that is a little much.
Okay.
Okay. So there's 2 things that we can do here. The first one would be, oh, hey, we named our stuff to the names appropriately. So we can go back to our bake instead of having match always. And all this is just saying, hey, we're just going to, if the mesh is there in both the high poly and the low poly, they match and we're going to bake them. We can do by mesh name. And what this will do is it'll essentially hide everything. It'll say, oh, is there a belt low? Yes. Is there a belt high? Yes. Then let's hide everything else and let's just bake those onto each other. So I'll do as such and I'll bake. And we'll get something a little bit better in some areas, but we'll still have some problems. So you can see now in the belt and the buckle area, it looks much better. But our feet are still doing the same thing because we can see that here, right?
Yeah.
They're still intersecting one another. Not only that, but we're still getting a double bake. So what we have to do is something a little interesting. Sometimes you will have a high poly and a low poly for baking, and then you will have a game ready model. So sometimes you might have 3, 4, 5 different versions of this model to get certain informations that you need. And this is one of those cases where we'll actually need to do that. So on our low poly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get our body again, and I'm actually just going to come in here and I am going to get rid of, once again, this mirrored side. And that's because I really, 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 really don't want that baking onto it. And because they have stacking UVs, and those UVs will be the same, I'm not too concerned. Um, I'm not too concerned about what will happen.
So
Now, I just realized mine didn't actually have stacking UVs, so that's why we weren't seeing the problem a ton. So let me get that corrected.
is mine stacking too?
Yes, yours is. It's not in mine. I forgot to do that part.
Gotcha.
So I have this now, which also means that I need to kind of redo mine.
I was wondering why ours look different.
Yeah. There we go. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this one.
Wait.
And this is going to be my bake model.
Gotcha. Why did we not split the belt in half?
We can if we want to. I think that it's not super duper necessary. Um, but if we wanted to, we could. We could split the whole thing in half if we wanted to.
Mhm.
It's really just up to you on how you want to go about it. The belt kind of takes up the space, and if I cut it in half, it's not really going to give me more textile density. It's just because it's just how it is. Now, that being said, if we want to do that, we totally can. So I could come in here and cut this, and then I could grab this by the UV shell, delete that half. I could do the same thing here. I could cut that buckle down the middle, and then I could lay this out. But you'll see, it didn't really like change my textile density. So it's not really like a big deal in this. But it's hard to identify that sometimes. I only know because, well, just looking at my UVs, it's not really going to get any smaller. So I'm going to delete my history, and then I'm going to export this one out. Instead of as a low, I'm going to say bake. And I'm going to just triangulate this one and turn off the tangents and binormals. And I'm going to export this out. And now, when I import this back in, we'll have something that looks like this time, right? And that may seem wrong, right? Because you're just like, oh, dude, but like, that's not going to work. But the thing is that again, it's going to be perfectly fine because when my version, that will be my game version, will just have this portion mirrored, right? And those UVs will be exactly the same. So those bakes will just kind of transfer over. So I'm going to have to do my manual approach on this again. Now for you, because you already had your UVs mirrored, you don't need to do this process again. So we'll save you a little bit of time when we get there. Because you've already done this. You will have to delete them, but that will only be for the baked mesh. So I'm going to...
Was the belt supposed to round?
Was the belt supposed to what?
on the high poly. You look at my screen.
It can. Oh, no, you don't want that with your belt buckle. We'll fix that.
Oh.
But now that I have this again, I can grab all that, and I'll just rename this one my low. So now I have 3 versions of this. I have my low poly, my high poly, and then my bake. And so now if I go to bake this one out, and I use those same settings as I did before, bring in my high poly, and I set my match to by mesh name, you'll see here that red is the high poly loading in.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to see something here. When I go to bake again, and this is why I just wanted you to kind of like watch, because there's going to be a lot of like back and forth on this that's going to be a little confusing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm hoping what it'll do is it'll make sense. So when I go to bake again, and I return to my painting mode, we'll see, uh-oh, we still have it.
Hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying, because we just did all that work. Why is it still there?
Yeah.
Well, and the reason it's still there is because that it's in our high poly. This is how baking works, right? It's not your low poly that it's baking from your high poly.
So you're supposed to split it in half to the high poly?
Yeah. So I have this mirrored one that I had brought out as a low, right?
Mm-hmm.
Check everything here. Share my. So I have my low. And I've got my stacking UVs here. And if I go back to my high, I've got the same thing, right? But what I need is the same kind of process. I don't want this and this in here because I don't need this information. Now, I could just delete it and do this, and this would be fine. And that's because, again, on our baked version, right, it's not going to have this side. Or this side, I'm sorry, over here.
Yeah, the left side on the low poly. So it only bake the high poly down.
Yeah, so let's give that a shot, and let's see what it gives us. We're getting close. Come back, bake mesh. Move that high poly, and then add the high poly back. And now we see we get a different preview here. And if I go to bake this, we'll get a different result.
Oh, I didn't like that the foot is still doing the thing.
And let's check. Ta-da! We did it.
Oh.
So that's it, man. Now, one last trick that we can do, and this will kind of be a little confusing and frustrating, but we could go back to our low. And if we wanted to, what we could do is we could select UV shells here. And we can come up to select, and we can do all back facing. And this will select all the UV islands that are back facing. And I could come up here and do a transform and just move this over to another UV space. I can then export this out as my bake. And we could do this again. I'm gonna go new. Grab this as my bake. Bring this in. Do bake mesh names. And you'll see there's like this hard seam going on here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I bring in my high, set it up by mesh name, and I bake my selected, we'll notice something a little interesting.
So what did you just do? You brought in what to bake it down?
I brought in that split high, and then I brought in my low poly, but this time I've kept the other side on my low poly. I just moved my UVs over to another space.
Hmm.
And you'll see here, we have our stuff, and it looks good.
Oh, it doesn't have
Now
that
we have a couple of little
seam
bake
down the
issues
middle
that we'll
anymore.
need to address. I need to figure out what's going on here with this. Because it shouldn't look that way. As you can see, there's like this weird cut on the buckle. But everything else looks fine. And here's the fun part. If I go to paint on this, so I've got my body selected, I'm gonna just grab a paint layer, and I start to paint, you'll see it goes on the other side.
Yeah.
And that's because that's how textures work, remember?
Yes.
So this is a way you can have the whole model in here and you can still see what you're doing across the board. Cool?
Mm-hmm.
So I know that was a lot, but that would have probably ended up being a problem for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would have ran into this and you'd be like, I have no idea what I'm doing wrong, what's going on. And I wanted to show you just like all the methods on how you would kind of slowly approach what is happening.
Mm-hmm.
So all we're going to do is we're going to save you a bunch of time and we're going to do the right thing, okay? So the first step is fixing your high poly for you because there was a couple of issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get started on that first. So the buckle and the belt will kind of be difficult. High poly cylindrical shapes typically cause a lot of warbling and issues. And that's just because of the nature of it. So you can see here on my texture map, see where the belt is and see how we got like this, like it keeps doing these little, like almost like somebody took a bite out of them.
Yeah.
And that's because of just how cylindrical shapes work. So there's a couple of things we can do to clean that. And then we have another issue where this buckle is kind of having some issues. So I'll take a look at that. That could be my problem. So I'm going to isolate our high poly. And one thing is that you'll see that my belt here, if I take my belt from my high and my belt from my low,
Okay.
they don't really match up. See that?
Interesting.
So this is what's causing that kind of like bite, right? Because that high poly isn't matching fully with my low poly. And that can be a pretty big problem. There's a couple of ways to get around this. All of them kind of suck, not gonna lie. But the big one would be just kind of like scaling this a tad bit, to where it kind of is fitting closer to that. And then we may have to take this inner edge of our high poly and kind of scale this in a little bit.
Wow, I just increased the low poly. No, I'm playing. Yeah, I guess you could just scale it to where it fits.
And so you can see now it's fitting a little closer. So that's something we can do. Now for the buckle, yours turned into like a circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Show me yours real quick.
Ah, man. Uh,
Yeah. So there's a couple things. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reset my high polys, my buckle and my belt. I'm gonna delete them. I'm gonna take this belt and buckle of my low. I'm gonna duplicate them and I'm gonna move them over to my high poly group. And I want you to do the same. So delete that high poly belt and the high poly buckle.
okay.
And then let's duplicate the low poly belt and low poly buckle. And we'll move it into the group. And to move, you'll just, once you've selected them, middle mouse click and drag. And that will move them.
It's like, what? Why did I do that? I Control C, Control V, and did it like this. Then how do you move it?
No. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. What?
No, I don't think so.
And then how did you move it into the other group?
I just middle mouse button clicked in and held and then dragged them over to the high poly. You don't want to drag them on a mesh because see now how it's become a, yeah, there you go. Perfect. So let's talk about how we can prep this to be closer to our high poly. You can go ahead and rename those to your high if you'd like. Just remember to keep them all lowercase and have no numbers.
There said what again?
Okay, so let's start with the belt. So I'm going to isolate it by hitting Control 1. So I'm going to go group or object mode, select my belt in my high poly group, and I'm going to hit Control 1. And what I want to do is when I hit the 3 key, I want this to maintain that shape as close as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a couple things I can do here.
Okay.
One of them I've already showed you how to kind of crease the edges of
Yeah.
things to maintain the shape, right? So let's try that first, and let's see what that gets us. So hit the 3 key, and then middle mouse drag, and you can see the influence, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's not too bad, right?
What's the dark line though? I don't know.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that. So that dark line is essentially, it's kind of like what the shaded surface looks like on this object. And unfortunately, that doesn't look super duper great for us, right?
Mm-hmm.
We want something to look a little cleaner. So this is where we can do what we call cage modeling. And what cage modeling is just prepping something for subdivs. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select an edge in the middle, and I'm going to hold shift and right click. And I can use the multi-cut tool if I want, or I can use the insert edge loop tool, whatever one you want to use on that. Now, if we do the insert edge loop tool, we'll want to make sure that we double click on the tool on the left-hand side and reset the tool, because last time we used it, we set it up to do a couple things. So just reset the tool up at the top.
Oh, well, what if I want to keep it the way it is though?
You don't.
No, but I like.
I mean, your tool's already reset, so I don't know what you're trying to keep.
Oh, it already is reset.
Yep, loser.
Wow.
So, what we can do is if we middle mouse button and hold, or if we just click left button and hold, I don't think it really matters. You'll see that we'll start to drag out our edge. And where I put this edge is going to end up making the creases stronger. So if I put them closer to the edge, and then I go back into object mode, we'll see now.
What in the world?
Yeah, see how that shading's kind of going away?
What is happening though? Why is there a black line?
I don't see a black line.
You see?
Hit W.
I think it's because. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, hit W.
Yeah.
And then go to object mode.
Okay.
And then zoom and click off of it and zoom out. You see it?
Yeah, that like shaded part. This black surface.
It looks a lot cleaner now, right?
Yeah. The lighting, the shading looks a lot cleaner, yeah.
Yeah. Now, for you, you have a closed cylinder, right? And you're like, hey, this bottom side looks a little funky, right? And that's because when we click on it, and let me duplicate what you have. So I'm going to get a cylinder, and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to hit the 3 key. I'm going to grab this edge. I'm going to crease it. Right? Now I'm replicating what you have. Right? I'm going to use this multi-cut tool, hold control, and I'm just going to pop, pop. And I have the same thing that you have, right? We get this weird shading going on the bottom. And that's not really something we want. Well, the reason it's that way is because what do we have at the bottom of this? Just triangles.
Yes.
We don't really have an edge loop in here that's really defining anything for us. Now, we can create one in here. A simple way of doing this is just selecting the edge here. And then going to hold shift and right click and go to bevel edge. And we'll turn chamfer off, and this will allow us to just create a cage there. And then what we can do is we can just delete this edge on the other side because we'd already put an edge there, so we don't really need another one there. And now we have an edge on the inner side that we can control. See? And what this will do is this will see how it changes the softness of that fall off on the edge there. So we can make it as sharp as we want or as soft as we want, but you'll also notice that it changes the way it was smoothing down here. This is cage modeling, and this is how you prep models for high poly. So for a quick example, real quick, I want you to just stop what you're doing and watch my screen for a moment.
Okay.
So I'm going to work with this cube here. I'm going to hit the 3 key, and it instantly turns into a sphere, right? I'm going to take this multi-cut tool, and I'm going to hit 2 so I can see the original model, but also I can see the subdiv. That's what that 2 is there for. And if I throw an edge loop straight here in the middle, see how it changes that shape? Same thing here, right? If I throw an edge loop over here, see how it changes the shape on this way?
Yeah.
Same thing down here. So you're essentially controlling the weights. The crease tool is like a temporary one. It's not permanent like this. You're not adding topology. You're just giving that edge more weight. This changes the topology, giving you more control. So when you go to make high poly models, this is typically how you would do this. We do this in ZBrush too, we just don't know. And so now, see how I have this cube?
Yeah.
And it's very, very close to its low poly version. Now, it could be sharper for sure. And to make it sharper, all I would need to do is just take these edges and move them closer to the border, right?
Yeah, but not too close, or it's got that whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you have something like this, and that's not good. So I can just take this and move it closer to the border. Take this and move it closer to the border.
Wait, how are you moving it closer without it stretching like that?
And voila, see? Now we have something that's even closer to our low poly. And this is the essential of a high poly to a low poly bake. But you'll notice that we lose a little bit of volume. And so our high poly is actually a little bit smaller, which is why sometimes we just offset it a little bit, right? We scale it just a little bit sometimes so that we still get that volume. Does that make sense now?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So that's the same thing we're going to be doing with the belt. And the same thing we're going to be doing with the buckle. So I'm just going to go in, and for me, I'm just going to kind of prep mine up a little bit better than I had before.
Do you want me to start working on it, or do you still want to keep
Yeah.
watching?
Nope, absolutely. You can start working on it. And once you have the belt in a spot where you like, just let me know, and we'll move on. I'll show you how to do the buckle.
Then you scale the high up a little bit because it gets smaller than the low whenever you
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah, sometimes. You'll see you'll lose a little bit of volume. So sometimes you might want to retain that so you can get a little bit of a cleaner bake.
So you want your high to be bigger than your low or smaller whenever you're baking in size wise? Because it's baking down, so it makes sense for it to, you want your high to be over your low, right?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
It would be the high to be bigger than your low, right? Since the high is baking down onto the low.
Yep.
Okay. And then that's how it should look, right?
Yeah, I think so. Looks good to me.
Cool.
All right, so you ready for the next one?
Yeah, I'm about to start working on the belt here. I'm just doing the same thing, right?
Yep, pretty much.
God, dude, this. How do I change the camera settings again?
To do what?
To make the thing not clip into my stuff anymore. Because
Oh,
if I get too
go
close to
up
it.
to view, select camera, and that shall select your camera.
Yeah, near clipping plane, right?
Yep.
Finally. Dude, it's like, oh my god, I just want to zoom in. Let it clipping into everything all the time. Oh, you're making your belt all fancy.
Yep. So once you got that done, we just need to prep up our high poly and our low poly to bake properly, and then we're good to go.
Just like we're just doing this the exact same thing.
So what's going on here? I'm watching your stream.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, let's take a look at it in low poly form. It'll be a little easier to discern what's going on here.
Yeah.
So it looks like you've moved the edges outside of the bounds. So you might want to control Z a few times.
All I did was
Were you beveling?
yeah, I was beveling. I don't know how I.
Well, if you do that, you'll have to do that for your low as well, right? I think for this case, let's not do that. So let's go back to what you had. And then let's just add our edges into this.
Okay.
How's it going?
It is going, I think. I mean, this is right, right? I hit 3 and it does this.
Yeah. Yeah, looks right to me. If it looks right, it looks right. Good job.
What? So then, take the high, and then I smooth it. By 2, and
Yes,
I,
definitely don't forget to smooth it.
and then yeah, because knowing me, I would definitely would.
Well, I did. Went and baked and I was like, oh, yep, totally forgot to do that.
How do you get that like see-through view?
See-through view?
You know how like in ZBrush there's that ghost view to like see the low poly under the high poly? Something similar in ZBrush?
And ZBrush?
Yeah, something similar in Maya.
Oh, yeah. Are you just wanting like a wireframe?
Yeah.
Hit the 4 key.
There we go. Thanks. Yeah, because now I can see where the... What do you do about the inside?
What about the inside?
Do you see how
Oh,
like the
oh,
inside?
yes. So I'm going to show you another way to do this. Because the problem is when you scale, you're really only scaling it from like a world perspective,
Yeah.
and we want to scale this along its normal, so it kind of inflates the object.
Yeah.
That's really what we want.
Yes.
So how we're going to do that, give me a second. So how we're going to do that is in Maya here. We can select an object and we can go to edit mesh and use the transform tool. And the transform tool will bring up this little gizmo, and there's a blue line. This does not represent the Z, it actually represents the normals. And we can actually inflate this object.
Wow.
Yep. So that's what we'll do.
So how do you do that?
Show me your screen. Yep, so with the object selected, go up to edit mesh.
Why? Edit mesh and then where?
And then go to transform.
Okay.
And then hit that blue arrow.
Blue arrow,
arrow.
or the blue circle? Blue arrow?
Blue arrow.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Ta-da!
Wow, that's cool. Alright. So now that that's like that. Man, yours is so much more cooler than mine. Me.
All right. So, yep, once you do all that, we'll just make sure that all our high poly stuff is committed and that we've deleted the history on all of it. We'll save our scene so that way we don't lose our work. And then we're just doing the last little preps for our export. And then we're ready to move on.
Alright. So how am I exporting this?
All right, so for our high poly, remember, we'll want to get rid of that leg and the foot. So we can isolate that. And an easy way we can do this, because we've got our UVs, we can just select by UV island. And then we can
UV
delete that.
shell, you mean?
Yes. And just control delete.
Oh, that's it, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Now we're gonna do one extra little thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna get rid of our eyes. Or actually, no, we'll keep them. I'll show you some things we can do with that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we'll just, well, no, yeah, let's get rid of them. We don't really need them because of how we're gonna be doing them. So we'll get rid of our eyes in the high poly.
Really?
And we'll get rid of our eyes in the low poly as well.
We're not. Wait, were we making the meshes though for and shrink them in the head?
Yes, 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 yes. But we're not baking them down.
Oh.
So what you can do is take that Bomberman low, and you can probably duplicate that group again, and then we'll call this one, instead of low, we'll call it game. That way we can keep the eyes, and then for our low, we'll just delete the eyes. And I'll hide the game.
And delete the eyes in both.
Both the high and the low, yes.
Alright. So how am I, okay, so now I need to go back and see how you exported it.
See, something's going.
Huh?
Oh, no, I'm figuring out my problem with my belt. There's something weird going on with it.
Gotcha.
I have figured it out. What's going on? Where go? Belt buckle. Don't know why.
Ah.
That's fine. So let's get you prepped.
My God, we've been
So
working on this for an hour already. Jesus,
I know,
it's
I know.
going so slow.
Well,
um,
no, we got a lot done. We got everything named. Then we had to go through and understand a pretty tough concept, which is the difference between a baked model, a game model, a high poly, right? Not only that, but kind of showing a couple of troubleshooting issues with those. So we've gotten a lot done in the hour. So we're on the up and up now. So we have our low, so we can go ahead and export that. So we'll go up to File, Game Exporter.
low file,
Mhm.
uh, game exporter.
And we'll set this up to where its export selection isn't all, but selection. So hit the drop down for export all.
Okay.
Do export selection. And in this case, for our low, we want to triangulate it, and we want to turn off tangents and binomials. And we'll turn off blend shapes and skinning because we're not using that either. And then we'll just choose a path where you want this to go. And then once you've chosen a path, then you can name it, which is the thing that is below that.
And then what? This is the so this will be like the folder where the low and highs go into.
Yeah, you could just name it whatever you want. So for me, I just named it Bomberman. And then in the folder, you could have an export folder, right? And then in that export folder is where you can put your low, high, and game model if you want.
And then I have a folder for like uh I mean, is this all that going to be exported in here? It's just the high and low?
The high, low, game model if you want, because we're gonna rig it. We're gonna do some other things with it. We'll have all the eye meshes and stuff. It's whatever you want to throw in there, man. It's just an export folder. Like, we don't need to complicate this.
I was just trying to plan it out is all. Like keep everything
I,
organized.
yeah, so just name it export. It'll be fine. That's pretty common.
Yeah. How do I delete this folder? I made a new one. I didn't mean to. Is that just delete key? No.
You can rename the folder.
Okay, so I have that, and then I name this the low.
Yep, you can name it whatever you want. I named mine Bomberman Low.
Export successful.
All right. And if we did all that right, when you set up Substance Painter, you'll be able to import in your low, and it should look correct. And your UVs should look correct.
And then in Substance Painter, go to File,
New. And then choose your template, which will be for us, Unreal Engine. Down. And then select your file, which will be your low poly. And then OK. Check your model, check your UVs, make sure you got all your texture set. So I see a body and a head. So that's what we should have.
Okay, yeah, body and head.
Now, before we move forward, I'm showing you why we didn't bring the eyes in. So if you look at mine,
Yeah, baking issues.
right? So there's the eyes, but it's been baked down onto the face.
Yeah.
And I don't want that because when we make the eyes disappear, we don't want that to show.
Yeah.
And we're not going to be using any textures for the eyes. They'll just be driven as like a dark material. So we don't really need to load those in, which is why we removed them. Does that make sense now?
Yeah.
So sometimes you may not always know what to do beforehand. You don't think about something, but you can always go back and change these pretty quickly. And that's what I want you to get used to. Stop worrying about trying to get everything done perfectly the first time. You're going to make mistakes. It's okay. It's a common thing. All right, so now what we'll do is we'll go over to texture set settings.
Yeah.
And we'll go down and we'll do bake mesh maps.
Bake mesh maps. Okay.
That'll bring this up. And then here we will see our high poly definition, so high definition meshes. And on the other side, there will be a little file.
Here, yeah.
So we'll click that, and then we'll bring in our high poly.
Okay.
Now, we'll come down to match, and instead of always, we'll do by mesh name. And if we've done that correctly, on the right hand a little bit, there you go. If we've done that correctly, down here at the bottom, you'll see it says baking process, high poly parameters, and match by name. If we select that match by name, we'll see the high poly and the low poly. You can see here it's saying low poly mesh, and then in parentheses underscore low, high poly mesh, and parentheses underscore high. This is what Substance Painter is looking for. So if you name it like that, you don't have to go into the settings and change that name convention, which is why we named them the way we named them. Does that make sense now?
Yeah.
So it's just looking for whatever the name is of the mesh, if they match, and which one is a low and which one is a high. And if there's ever an issue where you spelled something wrong, it'll let you know here. It'll give you a warning. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to come up to the output size up at the top, and we're going to lower this down to something like maybe like 512. Up at the top.
The alpha size
Right there.
512. 512.
And the reason we're doing this is because we just want to do a quick test bake. We want to make sure that everything's baking out properly because we don't want to sit here waiting for it forever, right? I'm going to come over here to the mesh map bakers, and I'm going to turn off ID map because I don't need an ID map. We didn't set one up. And I'm going to right click it and say deselect ID for all texture sets. And what this will do is it'll turn it off for the head and any other ones that we would have.
I just have, wait, you're talking about sync settings?
Apply selection to all texture sets. The second one.
Setting to all texture sets.
There you go. All right. So now we're just going to say bake selected textures, and we'll see what we get. And it should go pretty quickly. So now we'll go return to paint mode. And then we'll just kind of look at our mesh and see if everything came out correct. Yep, there it is. So what happened?
I mean, everything else is fine, and it's just the legs.
Look at your UVs.
Yeah. Like,
Look at my UVs and look at yours.
well, I need to drag them over?
Yeah, you need to move your mirrored ones.
Not just
You
delete
need to
them?
move the
Not just...
UVs.
Oh, it's
No, you don't want to
interesting.
delete them.
Hmm. Of my low poly. And then how did you only select the top versions and not the lower ones?
Well,
I
remember,
can't just...
I went up this. No. Stop doing that.
Look at me or cat?
So select your body.
Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, no. Oh, my God. How do I go to...
Right click and hold.
Why...
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
There you
I
go.
have to, like... I have to move the mouse over the object. Gotcha. And then
Okay.
select
And then select the body.
the body.
Yep. And then go into UV shell mode in the UV editor.
Hmm. Oh, you know what? I'm going to actually move this over here. Okay, so in here,
Mm-hmm.
I then do what?
Go into UV shell mode.
UV shell.
Right click and hold UV shell, and then go up to select and say back facing. Right? And then you can't just move them. You don't want to just move them like you're going to do here
Really?
because that's not going to work. That's not right. You want them to move exactly the same space over because you need them to repeat. So an easy way to do that is to pull back up your UV tool set. So you can go to tools and your UV, actually you've got your UV toolkit there. It's the tab, UV editor, nope. UV toolkit right next to the UV editor.
Oh.
No.
The UV toolkit, yeah? This one.
Yeah, there you go.
I clicked
There
it,
you
but
go.
you want me to drag it out.
Yep. And so go to transform
Where is transform?
on your UV toolkit.
Where is transform? There it is.
And you'll see there's a move tool there.
Okay.
And if you hit the arrow to the right, you'll see it'll move, but it'll move a certain degree, right? So hit Control Z, or that's fine. And then let's change that number in there. Instead of 0.1, let's turn it to 1. Nope, not 1,000. There you go. And then hit to the right. And now it'll snap over perfectly a whole one UV set. So now let's export that out and let's try again. And let's see if we get a better result.
So, like, there's a limit? Like, this is the limit of how many UV sets there is? No?
Nah.
There's an infinite amount?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Really?
Yeah,
and then
so this is what we call
movies do that,
UDIMs.
right?
I don't really want to get into this too much because it's a little complex. And
Really?
I don't
It's
think we're quite ready
complex?
for it.
Wow.
Yes, it is. Because UDIMs can only move across the U 10 times, but they can go infinitely on the V.
Wait, which one's the U and which one's the V line?
An easy way to always remember what direction is the UV, think XY. XY, UV, XY. And if that's hard to remember, remember that V stands for vertical in this case.
Gotcha. So that's the vertical line. So this one. Gotcha.
That would be the V.
And this is the U.
So
Gotcha.
it can go infinitely up, but it can only go 10 to the right. And it cannot go down, and it cannot go left. It cannot go in those negative coordinates.
Why are they there?
I mean, people can use them, but that's not typical.
Huh. So they can go all the way up. They can only go 10 to the...
It's just
Oh
how a
wow, this is.
specific UV typing called UDIMs works.
Oh, gotcha. So this is as far as it'll go to the right, but it can go infinitely up.
Yes, in a UDIM workflow.
Hmm.
Now, in general, you could move it to wherever you want and it'll work.
Mm-hmm.
But in a UDIM workflow where you're using multiple UV sets,
Uh-huh.
or I'm sorry, multiple UDIMs, then you'll want that because of just how that system has been created. But again, we don't really need to get deep into that, so I don't want to spend a lot of time here talking about it.
Oh yeah, that's all. That's all my questions I had. You're all good. Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna sit here and waste your time with my stupid questions. uh,
It's not stupid. It's just one of those I don't really think you'll be able to grasp just yet until you see like why you would even do something like that.
yeah, I'll
Which, when we get to
get.
metahumans, you'll see that.
Hmm. All I remember is
So
those
it's in the near future,
in
not
the
the
near
distant future.
future. Okay, so now that's that. I just I export again.
Yep. Just replace your low with that. So make sure that you've got all your low poly selected when you export. You should be good to go.
No, low. That's export selection. No, game exporter is what you used.
Mhm.
God, dude, why do you have that sound?
I don't know. It annoys me
You
too.
can turn it off.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I have my it's just your system sounds. I just mute my system sounds because like that is like the only thing I know that it affects.
Oh,
This is a
interesting.
very easy fix. You just go, your sound settings on your PC, and you just click
Yeah.
mute. It's just I had that bad boy mute for years now because
Gotcha.
I hate that whole like sticky key alert or like, oh man. So then I do re-import mesh.
Nope. We'll do a fresh. It's not like you're that far.
No, it's a
And
fresh
doing a
one.
fresh will make sure that everything comes in properly.
Gotcha. So new, select, low, okay, discard, big mesh maps. That all texture sets. Common settings. Cage file. Hi. Hi. My mesh name. That. Big texture sets. Oh man, my belt is still doing the thing. I mean, it baked right this time, but
What's up?
you see how it's doing the teeth mark, the
Hmm.
whoop, whoop, whoop.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a little unavoidable with those cylindrical shapes. Now, one thing that we can do is sometimes that stuff can be minimized. So if we bump up our output resolution and let's do something like maybe 2048 and bake again, we might end up finding that that actually gets reduced heavily.
God, baking is so fucking annoying, dude. Like honestly, it pisses me off so much. He said, uh, "Oh man, okay." So output size instead of what you want to do what then? What output size do you want to put it at?
Put it to 2048. And then just bake again. See what it gives you.
Why does baking have to be so annoying, dude? Like this.
It's not that annoying, dude.
To
Chill
me,
out.
it is like the most annoying of the entire process. I'm not even gonna lie, dude. And to me, man, this is like, it gets frustrating. Like how like, cause like it doesn't even change. Look at this. Like, did I mess up the export? Did I not make it big enough in
Maybe.
Maya?
Maybe. We just go and we take a look back. You get better at these things.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that complicated.
Me saying this stuff isn't like, dude. It's all good, man. I'm still gonna complain about it. I'm not like throwing in a towel, giving up. Like I'm still gonna fix the issue, you know.
Hmm. So yeah, let's take a look at your low poly and your high poly of your belt. So yeah, select both of them, and then control one in the viewport. We don't want the belt buckle. We can hide. We don't want you to see that. So just select the belt and the, yeah, there you go. Let's take a look at that high poly. Zoom in a little bit for me. It's hard for me to see it. Just zoom in.
I know, I'm just pressing all the wrong buttons. There we go.
I mean, does it look like it's matching?
I
It's
mean,
hard for
like,
me to see it in
it's hard
Discord.
for me to tell. That's the reason I was wondering if there was like a shadow mode, but you said wireframe mode,
Yeah.
and then like this is the green and that's the blue. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, oh my god, I keep fucking holding control instead of alt. And
Okay.
then I'm
I mean,
hitting
yeah,
L.
it looks good to me.
It's like you can see that this is the inside of the blue.
Yeah.
I mean, I can
Yeah.
make this a bit bigger.
Well, I already gave you a warning that that's just kind of how cylindrical shapes be sometimes. When we have such low shapes, one thing we could do to compensate this is we make our belt a little bit higher poly. Because really what's going on is it's baking it from this angle and it's seeing parts that it's missing, and that's what it's doing, that little dip and divot. So we could subdivide up the cylinder once if we want to. We could just make a new cylinder that has more edges.
Instead of twice,
Well, hold
I
on.
should do
Because
once.
if we do this, right? If we do this, then now your shape is different, right? We have to
Yeah.
do the whole cage thing again. And that may not be the best workflow for this.
Okay.
So, one thing we could probably do is just we could remake the belt real fast to where it has more divisions along that. Or I'm going to show you a different technique, because sometimes that could be a little frustrating because you got your UVs in place and that's annoying, right?
Yeah. I can just add the edges in, right? I mean, it's just me adding 2 loops to make the crease these out. And it's not gonna affect the UVs, no?
You're not really thinking straight on that. So give me just a second,
Really?
and I'll explain.
I can't just like add the edge loops here.
Hold on. I mean, yeah, go ahead and if you want to do that, and you'll
Yeah, no,
you'll
I
you'll
can't.
see.
Yeah. Well, okay. Now how do I do the whole like? Because I've.
I think that's a good one to do. So do that. Add like a couple of edge loops. So what I would do with this one, on your low, don't do that, but grab that edge and grab the bottom edge. And then what I want you to do is do a bevel. So shift right click and
See,
hold
look at
and
that.
go
I'm
to
way
bevel.
ahead of you. Huh?
And then
Look at that.
okay,
Ooh.
okay.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Old man Adrian kind of being impressed. Okay.
Not really. I'm curious to see where you go with this.
No. Okay. Fine then. Fine. No. If I'm doing
No,
it
no,
wrong, I'm
no,
doing it
no.
wrong.
Continue. You seem to know what you're doing.
No, no, man. I want it to be impressive. I want to be like, look at me go. I'm learning. But if I'm not and I'm being
I,
a dumbass, just say so.
I don't. I think you are definitely heading in the right direction. I just don't think you know what you're actually doing here. So hold on. Control Z. Control Z again. All right. So let's hit the tool on the left-hand side. Now I'll bring that back up. Let's turn the chamfer off. And instead of manually moving those, because you have a bit of a taper on this, right? If you move them, you'll fuck that up. So hold control and then move that fraction, and that will actually slide along the surface. And let's get it kind of close to the edge there. Yeah, perfect. Just like that. All right, now let's go back into object mode. And with that belt selected,
Now it's
go
red.
up to mesh display and do soften edge. Now, if you just kind of click off into the open space, you'll see now we have, it looks like it's beveled, right? Even though it's not. And that's because we've softened that edge, but we've given it a cage, so we've fixed the normals along that to feel like it's tighter. This might actually help your bake. So try this, export this low one back out, bring it back in, and then bake and see if that helps.
Mm. And then new, select, low, okay, discard. I mean, the belt is better.
Yeah. Now, why is that? It's a kind
I
of an interesting one, isn't it?
Guess all we did was just smooth the edges. Like, I don't.
Yeah. So what
And
we
what that
did
tricked
is
it? Like, I don't know. We didn't.
when we're adding additional vertices and edges, especially along borders like that, and we smooth those or we soften those edge angles, what it does is it allows it to kind of change the way the normals are aligned. So this is going to get kind of technical for a moment, okay? But I'm going to show you a visual for this, okay?
Ooh, no, I'm scared. No, okay.
You should be.
It's gonna get kind of scary now. Hold on.
See, I'm getting a weird issue where I'm getting this really weird fucking bake on this, and I don't know why. I think something is bugging out. Anyways, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select my low poly. And I'm gonna show this with all hardened edges, okay?
Mm.
And I'm gonna select this mesh. And you do not need to do this. I'm just kind of saying what I'm doing, okay? I'm gonna go to the belt low shape module in the attribute editor. And I'm gonna go and find my, where is it? Mesh component displays. And in here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show my normals. You'll see there's like these little hairs sticking out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what this is showing me is it's showing me the face normal. So the center of that normal and how it's pointing out. This is how light is calculated in a 3D space. So this is how we actually have the math to fabricate light in a virtual space. So these faces, they have normals that shoot out, and then a light hits that, and depending on their angle is telling the program how that surface is being lit. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But if I come in here and I do a mesh display and I do a soften edge on all of these, you'll see it doesn't really change. It's still the same. And that's because there's more to it than just a face normal. So I'm going to go back to where they're all hardened. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to display their tangents. Now we have a lot of lines, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
looking crazy.
Yeah.
It's looking like a fucking
Beyblade.
pinwheel.
Yeah.
But if I select this and I do mesh display soften edge, see how the lines changed?
Mm-hmm.
And they still look crazy, but they moved. You can see that there. And that's because if I turn off the normals, these tangents and binormals are the vertices. And so they're going, hey, we're pointing out in a bunch of different directions so that we know how to calculate these things. Now, when we go to bake a mesh, essentially what is happening is we're taking a mesh, that high poly, and we are inflating it like we manually did in Maya. We're
Mm-hmm.
taking this low poly and we're kind of inflating it out. And then essentially we're taking these lines and those normals and we're inverting it. And so now the lines are on the inside and they're shooting back this way. And wherever those lines hit is how it knows it's being baked down. And this is what we call ray casting. And so this face here is shooting in this direction, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
shooting in this direction. Once it hits the surface, it goes, hey, I'm going to bake down onto that,
Yeah.
right? So if our low poly has a smoother kind of normals and tangents and binormals, then our
It gets hit
bake
easier.
will be smoother, right? It'll
Yeah.
have more options to hit, which is
Mm-hmm.
why it minimized our issue.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, to where now on my screen, it's like this edge here is all that's happening now, all along it.
Yep.
Instead of it being like really
Pretty cool, right?
noticeable. Yeah.
So that's one way to do this, which is pretty helpful.
So I gotta do the same to the belt buckle.
You might. I'm having some issues with my belt buckle, and I actually don't know what it is. So you may end up having the same problem. Because I'm kind of getting the same results, and up on the top and the bottom, I'm getting some weird bakes.
See, mine is
Things
different.
that I'm not really sure what's going on there.
My top and bottom are. Well, my bottom is doing. I don't know what my bottom is doing. I can't really tell. Can't tell if it's dark. Because the bottom.
If you hit the B key, you'll see your baked maps. And the one that is really fucked up for me is my world space normal. So if you keep moving it, you'll see up top it says ambient occlusion.
Yeah.
Hit B again, B again, B again, B again. Yeah. See,
face
yours is fine. Mine's broken for some reason. I don't know why. I've never experienced this issue. So I'm gonna look into that.
It was like
but you're pretty much. What's up?
I was gonna say it looks like some of your faces are inverted, maybe. Like those specific vertex faces on your mesh.
That's a good guess, but unfortunately not. So I'm not really sure what's going on here.
Is it your high or low that's messing up? Looks like you're low.
No, it's not my low, because the thing is that if I don't have a bake, then it doesn't show. So see, if I start to remove these, we don't see any kind of issue there. So it's something with my high, but I'm just not sure why. So I am trying to figure it out. So in the meantime, you have all the things to be able to do what you need to do. So just keep moving forward on that. So yeah, get your belt buckle the same way, and I think you'll be good to go.
Okay.
And then we'll bake all these things out. We'll go over a bunch of bake settings. We'll bake all those things out, and if we want to call it a quits for today, we can. Or if we want to start texturing up, we can. But we're in a good spot. We're in a damn good spot. We got a lot done. Are you good?
Yeah, I just had a friend was texting me.
Well,
Okay.
tell that friend they're dead to you now, and that you are hanging out with the most important person in your life, which is me, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fine, motherfucker. I will banish your soul to hell.
Oh my god, that video of Jesus beating up people. God, it's so funny. Uh,
Well, whatever my issue was, it's fixed now. That was weird. So,
Alright,
and
now
you can
I'm
see
back.
here, I've got a pretty clean bake. There's a
Cool.
couple things I can do to make it even better, which we will do. But yeah, once you get your thing baked out, we'll go over a bunch of settings, okay?
So I need to change my low here for the baking to be different.
Huh?
Right? For my belt.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
yes,
yeah, yeah,
place my belt buckle, right?
yeah. You'll just do the same thing you did with your belt. So you'll just give it a couple of loops and then soften it, and it should come out a little nicer.
How do I change it back to base color? Is it base color? But what's the normal one?
Hit M for material.
Oh, thank you. Is that also an option here? Oh yeah, it was all the way at the top. Of course it was. Alright. And then so with this selected, I now No, you selected all, and then you did what? You went into the
Mesh
form?
display,
No, mesh display. And
soften
then
edge.
soften edge. Okay. Uh, and then we select all of this, right?
Yeah, and then we'll make sure all our stuff is not hidden, and then we'll export out our high, low if we need to, and then bring it all back into Substance Painter, and we should be good to go.
How do I unhide something?
H, the same button to hide.
Why is it not working? No valid object component selected to toggle. What?
Oh, go into object mode.
I thought I was in object mode.
I don't know. I've not had that issue, so hit H. Still nothing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you did there.
The fuck? Oh, dude, like, how am I? How? How am I doing this to myself? I don't understand. I'm not even
I
doing
didn't.
this on
Yeah,
purpose,
but
dude.
it's okay. Hold on. It's okay. It's okay. Chill. So, go up to show. No, go up to display. Display to the left, and say show all components. Yeah, that's perfect. There you go. I don't know what you did. I know how to fix the problem. I just don't know what you did.
Mm. Yeah, H just doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
H is disabled. What?
Yeah, I don't know what you did. I will say save. When Maya starts acting weird like that, usually it's about to crash.
Oh, wait. No. Yeah, I really don't know what it is.
I don't either. I'm not really worried about that right now.
Oh, I fixed it.
Good job.
You're not really worried about that? What? What? You're not gonna be worried about my problems? Wow.
It's not really a problem. You're just kind of fixated on it. Like it's not. Like you got everything to show again. You just need to export these things out and move on. Programs break. You don't always have to have it working perfectly.
Uh, it's if I Oh wow. It's
Ooh,
even
yeah, that broke
worse.
big time. So now we just need to start troubleshooting why that's happening. This is why we don't want to spend a ton of time trying to commit to things, right? Why we want to have low bakes. We want to just make sure everything's good, because sometimes things just break and you may not have noticed something, or just something went awry, and so those things happen. So do this for me. Send me your Maya file so I can work with you on that, because I don't know what the problem is. We'll have to take a look at it together.
What would I do? Export?
No, you can just save the file and then just put the file in Discord.
Gotcha.
Like, okie dokie. Yeah, about that. And we'll take a look at that together and we'll try to figure out what's going on. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's take a look. That's your high. That's your low. Your high might be inflated a bit too much. You don't want it to go like super duper far because you could run into some problems of like.
The only reason why I did it that far out is because the inside, like the inside, it's barely out, but the outside.
Okay. Well, we'll take a look at that. Same thing with the belt. I think we can kind of reduce these down to transform. Wasn't just kind of. Oh, I see. Did you like scale it and then do this? That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I just scaled that. Yeah, I only did the scaling to
Yeah.
the belt.
So yeah, so that one you can probably scale back a little bit. That'll be fine like that. That's much closer. We want this to be as close as we can get it is really what we're doing. You also okay. It's the game. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So yeah, that's the first thing we can do. We can just kind of scale that back along the X and the Z. And then as for this, I'm going to restart this one. Duplicate that. 3. And my high. Name that. High. Mesh smooth. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do edit mesh, transform. I'm just going to scale it ever so slightly. See how I don't have to scale it a ton? And that should be it. Now, I don't know if that'll fix all your problems. Well, we'll take a look at that in a moment, but that will definitely help. So next thing is sure here I'm going to do mesh display, unlock normal, so I'm going to set them all back to their normal, and I'm going to soften that just in case. And then I'm going to delete history on everything. And let me see if this fixes your issue. So, second, save my guy out real quick. Back to
Again, this I hate baking. Oh man, is the least fun process out of everything so far. The least fun I have. My least favorite.
that sucks. So go in game exporter. Let's just make a new folder. There. This is our low. Export that out. This is our high. Export that out. Okay. See what that gives us. Oh yeah, we're still getting issues on the belt. So something else funky is going on here. Okay, so let's figure that out. Couple of things going on. We got something weird going on the back of the belt. there's something intersecting there. Okay, interesting. Oh well. Didn't have this issue before, so something changed. Figure out what that is. So before your bake wasn't bad with the buckle. And then what we'll do is we will pull them, chamfer off. Something's not right on this mesh. So let's take a look. Okay. Somewhere you had something because I went to go merge some of the vertices and stuff, and the number went down. So that might have been the issue of the bake. Because now if I select all the edges and I right click and hold and do a bevel, see how we get that? And if I turn off the chamfer and I just bring down this fraction, we now get that high poly you had before, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to commit to that. I'm going to edit history mesh
I mean, you can look at mine right.
face.
I should go to mine right now and see what happens when I do the same thing and it breaks.
Yeah. I don't think I need to, but I will in a bit. So now we'll do this one mesh, smooth, like that. And then I'm just gonna inflate that just ever a bit, so slightly. And let's see. Let's see if that fixes our issue a little bit. Who knows? Another thing we can do is we can just make sure that we are getting rid of any transformations that can also be a problem sometimes, and then deleting all our history. So let's try this again. The fuck? Mass Adrian. Okay. The fuck?
Minecraft. Okay.
Interesting.
Pixel art. Yippee. It's
Getting
such
all
a
kinds of new issues.
simple shape too.
Yeah. Throw a couple more loops in here and see if maybe it's just because it's so simple. Maybe it's not liking that. Very strange. I'm gonna do this too. I'm gonna take this low. Alt. I'm probably just gonna end up sending this back to you once I figure it out. Because I can't really tell you what is going on. It seems like there's quite a few things. Or this just happens.
Yeah.
Is that the issue again? The fuck? The fuck? Oh,
This time you
it's
didn't drag the thing over on the.
yeah, yeah. I'm being stupid.
You're not very stupid. You're smart. You're smarter than me. Sorry.
Mert.
Uh,
No. Interesting that I fucked the belt up though. That doesn't make any sense. What the hell? Fuck.
wow. Is it like mirroring? Are you not supposed to drag it over to the self?
No, we're fine. It's doing weird shit. My mesh name. What in the fucking world is going on?
Is
It's
it
like it
the
just
high?
sees a different mesh somewhere.
Yeah. Is it the high maybe? Is the high not supposed to like. Because it looks like the circle that is like. I don't know. I definitely don't know. I think that maybe it's the high baking down wrong.
There's something I'm missing here.
You wonder why I hate baking so much. I'm like, forget the high poly. Let's just use a low poly. It's low anyways. It's... Oh.
Boy, you complain a lot. Ain't
Bruh,
nothing wrong with
I
this.
am just trying to... Ain't nothing wrong with this. What? There's many
No,
things
ain't
wrong
nothing
with it.
wrong with it.
I wouldn't really say it's me complaining. I'm just trying to just make lights or jokes of, of how silly this is being.
It can be silly, that is for sure.
Yeah, that's all.
But really, a lot of times it's not the baking, it's just you did something and I don't know what you did, so I'm trying to solve that. I think I might have got it. Let's see. Yep, there we go.
So what did I do?
You're all good now. No idea. But, wait. No. Hold on, this is mine. God damn it. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, hold on.
What? What? How did you switch to yours?
Okay. That was weird. Okay, let's try that again. Alright, now this one's yours. Okay, let's see if this fixes it. I have a suspicion it didn't because I'm seeing something weird. What the fuck? What? in the ever living fuck is going on with this stupid shit?
Oh,
All
I'm
right.
agreeing. That's stupid. Yeah.
The fuck? What did you do?
No, it is at edges.
Fuck this shit.
Just remaking it. Yeah.
I have no idea what you did. I did something, but I'm not smart enough to figure it out. So, when shit like that happens, and it's a really easy mesh to make, you just do it again, and then you move on, and then we all laugh in your face.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I really
Nice.
don't know, buddy.
Um.
Like, honest to God, truth is cursed.
This is cursed. And it was the high, right? Or the low?
It's the low. There's something weird going on with the UVs, but there's nothing wrong with the UVs.
Mm.
So I'm just gonna remake it real quick. And then I'll send you the copy.
I mean, you can look on mine. My screen? I sent you my file, so I don't know.
I know you did. I'm working from the file.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I don't know. I can't tell you what happened here.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah.
and this happens,
I'm just
just
an
weird
enigma.
issues.
I'm just an anomaly.
Yeah,
I'm just that
for sure.
special. Just that.
You are him.
Yeah.
That was weird.
What?
That.
Estoy lit. Ella tiene la combi complete. No más dijo que lo que llegue de
Oh,
Cali con mi click. Love all women, but I want me a Dominican
Yeah.
Wait,
chick.
hold
If
on,
you let
hold
me
on,
hit
hold
it,
on.
better
Do
not
you
hit it
hear
too quick.
this?
Cinnamon
yeah,
skin, Betty,
yeah,
one in my
yeah,
Really? You can hear that?
yeah. I got that Dominican in my ear. Let's
Oh
go.
my god, dude.
See, Poppy.
Papi? What is wrong with you? Uh,
that set back up. Assigned again. Eat history. In that. Let's give this a shot. Let's see if it gets any better.
Problem should go away since, you know, it's a completely new thing. It doesn't even have a belt buckle.
Okay.
Did
That's
you?
because I didn't fucking duplicate it. Good job, Adrian.
Hmm.
Just moved it. Yep. Yep. Also need to move these back over. Okay. What a journey we've had with this one today.
Yeah, it's all my fault. Okay.
Fine. Still doing it. What in the living fuck is going on? I am so. I think this is a substance painter bug. What in the world? Oh. The hell? Oh. Little weirdo. Why would you do that? Now I understand what was going on.
Is it not supposed to have two? I thought it was. Isn't it the whole like mirroring thing?
It's not supposed to put these on there. So that was not intended. But it went ahead and did that. So, which is fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
I mean, that was the issue, no? I mean, now it should work.
Yeah. Now it should work.
Because like I was messing around with it and I moved it over, but I thought they were supposed to be on top of each other. As like here,
No.
if you look on my screen, because I was playing around
Yeah.
with this and I was like, I don't know if this is the issue or not. So I just left
No,
it there.
that's the double baking. So it's taking that front side and that back side and it's baking them on top of each other, which is why we're getting that weird result.
Yeah.
We don't want that.
Is it not supposed to be moved over here with everything else?
No, because it's not a mirrored UV.
Oh.
We don't want that to be like that. Yeah, there we go. Now our UVs look right. So now it should fucking bake, hopefully. God, I hate baking.
I know, right? Thank you.
I was waiting for you to be like, you motherfucker!
Yeah. Nah, man, you can't beat them, join them, bro. That's my motto.
No,
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with baking. And the thing was, is it wasn't even a baking issue. It was just a modeling issue.
But that's the reason why I hate baking, though. Like, why can't it just work, you know?
Yeah, it looked like it was good.
Yeah.
And yes, it is. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to send that to you. And then we'll move forward. Yes. It's all good now.
I mean, it's
Sweet.
still those. It's still the collision with like what about the edges? Like what? Why is it so pixelated?
Oh, here? That's because I have it really low.
Mm,
I think I baked like 256 or something, like 512, yeah. Yeah. It'll be fine. We're going to fix those kind of issues anyways. So, cool. I'm going to open mine back up. And then I'm going to send you this one. I'm going to save this as an increment because I did delete a bunch of stuff because I wasn't sure what was going on. So, there you go. Open that up, export those out, and get those into your bake. And then from there, we'll go over all the settings. We should be good to like start moving forward.
all I'm doing is exporting the low, right?
Export the low and export the high.
And to re-export the high.
Yep.
I gotta turn off. Is this exporting game exporter is still the same?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. And I guess I should not do mine so high.
Hmm?
Should I lower my output size? Or leave it at 22048?
Do 512. We want to make sure that it's all coming through properly.
Why do you do it so low?
Because it's really quick. Saves us time.
For this thing, it seems like it's doing it the exact same speed. Not the same whether slower or faster. For like how simple of a model this is.
I don't know what you're referring to as in speed.
The baking the mesh maps. The output size, I had it on like 22048 and I did it earlier and it was pretty fast. Yeah, it was just interesting is all.
Yeah. All right, sweet. So now we can start looking at some settings and stuff like that. That's kind of the big thing now. So we'll make sure that we save our bake or save our project. So this way, if it crashes, at least we have our bake done. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
bake time. Let's talk about bake settings. So we'll jump back into our bake. And one inherent thing that we would think to do is just like, okay, let's start changing our output size. Let's increase our resolution. But there's actually a couple things we can do to get more resolution within our stuff. So I'm going to get mine down to 512 with yours and bake that out. You can see stupid fucking fast. And we're going to go over all our texture settings. And we're going to try to see how we can get more quality out of our textures without having to increase resolution. Now, we will end up increasing resolution, but I think this is a really important talk to have. So for a moment, just kind of watch, okay? So I'm going to bake all my textures out. And baking is really fast, especially when it's a simple object. So there is, a point to what you have to say of like, well, why do I have to decrease it, Adrian? Why are you limiting me? Um, sure. But there's some things to learn from this. So at 512, and with our match set to by mesh name, we can also come down here and add an anti-aliasing method. And what this will do is this will end up softening all the diagonal lines, softening all of the lines and stuff like that, and giving us a much higher quality look. So I can bump this up by 4, 16, or 64. So I'll do 64. And I'll bake again. And adding this will increase the render. So you can see now it's taking a little bit longer to bake. Still pretty fast, but it took a little bit longer. Now if I return to paint mode and go into my bakes, we can see that even though we're at 512, see how crisp that is?
Mm-hmm.
And we can get this even better. Right now, it's still pretty low, but it's definitely looking better than it did before. So next step is we'll go back into our bake mesh maps and we'll start to look at some of the settings. So when we click on these, some of them may not have any settings at all. Typically normal and more normal don't, but ambient occlusion does. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just reset my settings here for this. And I'm going to turn off the maps that don't really have settings that we're really worried about, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm just going to deselect those so it doesn't bake on the head. So we're just going to bake out these few textures. And if I bake out these again, we'll see my AO map, and we'll focus on the AO map for right now. We can see my AO map, and we can see that unfortunately we're kind of getting this arm up on the head. So if we end up moving this arm down, we'll still have this like shadow on the head from it.
Yeah.
We're not getting it on this side, and that's because it wasn't, I don't have my arm over here, so it's not baking that.
Yeah.
Because our head UVs aren't mirrored.
Yeah.
We can also see here on our belt how it's looking.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing we can do to make this a little higher quality is in our ambient occlusion, we can see the secondary rays. And what this does is it increases the number of rays that's being sent to calculate our AO. So if I bump this up to 256 and I bake again, our AO map's going to take a little bit longer. It's still pretty fast because we're at a low resolution. But we'll get a much cleaner result. Now, we'll still have our problems, but you'll see now it's not as grainy as it was before.
Mm-hmm.
So the next thing we could do with our AO map is if we don't want our arm and like other things to calculate the way they are, we can actually use our self occlusion instead of always. We can have it set to only same mesh name. So when we do that, now when it goes to bake, it'll only look at that name structure and it'll only bake the AO in comparison to the names. So now the AO looks a little weird, right? But you'll notice that we don't have that AO on the head, and we don't have it kind of doing some crunchy noise around this, which that can be quite nice. We get a very clean result. Just depends on what you want. For us, we have an animated character and it's going to move a lot, so we really don't want that there. So we're going to go with self-occlusion, only same mesh name. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So now we'll move on to our curvature map. Now the curvature map is an interesting map. The curvature map can do quite a few things. And so it's got the same kind of stuff here. It's got secondary rays, and it's got an intersection that is set to always, or we can change it to only same mesh name. So the secondary rays will increase that quality of this. So we'll see that. I'll right click this here. I'll apply the curvature settings to everything, and we will go and bake this. And what you'll see is we'll get a little bit of a cleaner curvature map.
Okay.
So still quite noisy, but typically curvature maps will be. But you can see here that this is a lot cleaner now than what it was before. And again, we're working at such a low resolution, which is nice. We can also make it to where it only intersects with itself. So we'll do the same. And you'll end up seeing that it does kind of the similar thing to what the AO map did. Where now we have a curvature map that's really only intersecting between themselves, and there's no intersection between other objects, right?
Mm-hmm.
This can also be very, very helpful. Typically with more animated characters, these are the techniques we want to use. When would be a good time to not use self-intersection for both AO and curvature?
Like the belt and buckle? Because you want those to self-intersect?
Well, it would be good on static objects, like if you have a statue that's not animated. That would be a great time to have that effect on.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Why? Tell me why.
You want the effect on static objects because so they're not like affecting other things.
Well, the reason is because when you have an AO map that's doing a bunch of intersection like that along the object, it gives it a real great depth. Notice how in our AO map before, it looked really cool. It was just a little inaccurate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that gives a lot of depth. So that static object, if you have a cool statue in the background, it's going to look really cool because that AO map.
Mm-hmm.
In video game engines, they will find other ways to create dynamic AO for characters and movable objects. So typically we don't have to bake that. Now you can bake it, you'd have to be very smart. For our guy, we might have moved the head up for the bake. So we might have broken this mesh up a little bit more. And then that way we would get a much cleaner bake, but we would still get that intense AO, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, we didn't do that. The curvature is the same thing. And now the curvature is kind of hard to understand right now because you don't really understand the context of what a curvature map is doing. But once we get into the materials and we get into smart materials and smart maps, you'll start to see this curvature map is one of the best maps, and it gives so much information. So, for example, if I wanted to have like some kind of grunge that's around the belt on the body, then I would want to have this curvature map intersect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's going to calculate that. So let me bake that down again with that setting of it just always. And we'll see the difference of the curvature map. See where there was that line?
Yeah.
So we can use this to be like, oh, I want grunge to just kind of like come down from here. Where before we didn't have that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Then next up is our thickness map. Now, our thickness map, for our case, we're really not going to be using it a ton, but it's pretty similar to both the ambient occlusion and curvature map, and it just allows us to have a couple of settings. So for us, we're not really going to fuck with it a ton, okay?
Okay.
So, that being said, really, the only thing I advise is just increasing your secondary arrays for your curvature and AO. And then in your AO, making sure that it's set to only same mesh name. And you should be good. And so with increased anti-aliasing and increased settings, we get a pretty good result for such a low bake. And now that we have our settings fine-tuned and we've got them where we want, now we can just go back, turn on all the maps that we want to bake. Make sure that they're turned on for everything. And then we can increase our output. I'm going to do 4K with a 64 subsampling, and I'm going to bake. And it'll take a little bit. So in the meantime, you can start setting up your settings, and I'll be right back.
Oh boy. Okay.
Sorry, I'm back.
Hello.
Hello. So you can see mine is still baking.
Yeah.
So when you're like, but I don't understand, Adrian, this is why. And so something I used to do when I first started is I always went to like the quality that I knew I needed. But the problem was is a lot of times there was a lot of issues with my bake. So I would sit here for hours waiting for this to bake out only to find out, oh, this is all messed up. So baking in lower outputs and changing your settings then and then committing it to a higher output is super helpful. It just saves you a ton of time.
Hmm.
How you feeling? It sounds like I'm losing you.
You're not
Do we
losing
need to
me.
quit for today?
No. Just because I don't
Are we
have
a bunch of
as
quitters?
just because I don't have as much enthusiasm doesn't mean that.
Give me a hoorah!
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Give me a hoorah!
There you go.
Hoorah!
Mm-hmm.
Come on, give me a good hoorah!
Hoorah!
Chill, daddy.
Okay, Jesus Christ,
Jesus, dude. You don't need to be screaming in my ear.
you're disgusting.
Damn churlish.
You disgust me.
Did you get all your settings?
No, I'm still trying to
Yeah.
remember and take note of what in the world you're doing because you move very fast and there's a lot of information.
Yes. That is true. It was a lot of information and I do move very fast. So ask questions.
Uh, okay, hold on. Let me-
So one of the first things that we need to do is we need to add our what? We need to add some anti-aliasing.
Okay.
So that was there in the general common settings. We'll scroll down a little bit and we will see that we got our anti-aliasing where it says none. And we'll set that to whatever number we want. I like to set mine to 64. It just gives me a really nice quality. But it also makes it to where the bakes take fucking forever.
And there's thing 4. And then on each one you did changes to the settings. I just remember what exactly.
Now, I didn't change settings for everything. Really, the only one I think we should change for this is our ambient occlusion.
Okay. And that is only self-occlusion, right? Only same mesh name?
Yep. And then we'll change our secondary rays so that we can get a higher quality AO.
To
So we'll
what?
just increase that. Go all to max if you want. Because you'll see on my screen now that the bake has gone out on 4K with 64 anti-aliasing and all our secondary rays, see how clean that is now?
Yeah.
That's the point of all of those settings, right? We want to lock those in so once we commit to the long render, it comes out super nice.
Yeah.
And then the same thing we did for curvature. We set our curvature secondary rays up higher too. And that was pretty much it. I don't really feel like we need to mess with any other settings.
Curvature, secondary rays to max, and that was it?
Yeah. And the reason why I went through that, and I went through it all quickly too, is just because it's more general stuff. Like, you can play around with this and you can come up with all kinds of different methods. I wanted you to just know, get exposure to it. I don't need you to know all of these things perfectly because we're going to do this, hopefully, we're going to do this quite a few times moving to other projects, okay?
Okay.
So you'll just get more and more experience. And that's really the big thing. That's the biggest thing that you're missing, man, is you just need more exposure. You need more time in this. So we'll go back to our common settings. And then we'll increase our output size. You can do 2K, 4K, 8K, whatever you want to do, but just know that every time you increase it, it will take much longer.
Okay.
Sweet, man. So once that's done, we'll just check. We'll go back to return to paint mode, and then we'll just hit B, look at our texture maps, make sure that they're giving us the information we want, everything looks clean. And then from there, we can save and we can continue on, or we can call it good today. But we are pretty much at the texturing portion, which is pretty cool, right?
Yeah, finally get to.
And you can see on my screen, I've pretty much almost got it done already. That's Bomberman. Bomberman. Bomberman.
You're supposed to have that.
Bomberman.
It's line down the middle.
You may not even see it once we add a texture to it. I think the reason it's there is because we just didn't soften our edge when we merged all those verts back together.
Mm. Alright, how do you retexture this to where you have it?
Is that what we want to do?
Yeah, because it seemed pretty simple, no? Oh, yeah, it just seemed pretty simple because you're very good at it.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, I'm very good at it. Continues.
I just want to set up the base colors. Can I just slap one of the base colors on it?
Yes, absolutely you can. But I can show you how to get to where I'm at. I mean, it's not hard.
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing else to do.
Cool. So, because we baked all those maps out, we now have access to a lot of things, which is pretty fun and pretty cool. So up at the top left, I'll just do gold. And we actually have some gold materials that are just loaded by preset. And so I could just find one that I like. Like if I like the stylized cast gold, I can click and drag that. And I'll just drag it over to my belt buckle and I'll slap it on there. And what it'll do is it'll end up applying gold to the whole body. But all I have to do is just right click the material over here in the layers and add a black mask.
Huh.
And then once I do that, there's a really cool method to assign it to that because we have UVs. So I will wait and I'll let you catch up with me on that. So find gold, pick a gold that you like, and we'll slap it on there. If you need a picture of Bomberman for reference, I'll send you one. There's a lot of like leeway that we can take here. We can approach this a lot of different ways. So you don't have to do gold if you don't want to.
I just don't have gold.
You don't?
Yeah, when I search gold in here?
Type in gold. Oh, look, you've got a little material selected, and that's a filter, so turn that off. Select it again. There you go. Now type in gold. There you go. So you don't have the stylized one. I think that's something I just have. But you do have 2 golds.
Okay. And
then in your texture layers, which you have on your left-hand side, you just right-click that and add a black mask. And then if you go over to the toolbar, where your paintbrush, eraser, pencil, tool, and all that is on the left-hand side for you.
Yeah.
There is one that's a box with a arrow selection. Yep. If you select that, you'll see in your viewport up top there's like a triangle, a square, a cube, and a checker box. If you hover over them, they'll tell you what they do. So this is a triangle fill, a polygon fill, a mask fill, and a UV chunk fill. And if we select the UV one, we can literally just select things by UVs, which is really nice. So we can select our belt buckle. We can also do it in the 2D viewport too. So if we need all the stuff on the inside, we can just go and select them. And that will assign this material to those. Pretty cool, right?
Very
It's a super simple way. Now, another way you can do this is if you don't know where all the UV islands are, you can
Uh-huh.
actually just hit that cube, and this is a mesh fill. So you can literally just select it, and because it's not a combined mesh, it'll just fill all the UV islands.
The
So
cube
that's another
mesh
way you can
fill.
do it.
Oh yeah, mesh fill is what I'm used to using.
Yeah. So the next one is leather. So we'll look up leather, which it looks like you've done, and we'll assign it to the belt. Now from here, I don't know what materials Bomberman has, right? And he's a pretty stylized piece. So it's really just in the direction you want to take it. If you're imagining that the little like white parts are like a cloth, or maybe you think it's skin, or maybe you think it's some kind of plastic or whatever, maybe it's leather, you could do that if you want to. Or you could just do a flat color. You don't always have to use materials. So really just tell me what you want to do and I'll show you how to do it.
I don't know what I want to do. I just want to look at
For
Bomberman and
me,
see what it
I
looks
did
like.
a little
See what-
fabric, so it's like maybe it's like little pants or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Same thing with the blue. I did the same thing. And I like that it just gives it a little texture. It still feels stylized, but it's just got a little bit more oomph to it. Same thing with the little balls and feet. I did like a plastic and I just made it a little shinier.
So like, can I? How do I change the color of it?
Change the color of what?
Of the material.
Okay. So that one is a smart material. And it's indicated because it has a folder. So
Yeah.
open that folder. And in there, you'll see that you have two things that comprise of that material. Let's hide that first one, the wear up top.
Oh.
And now we can just work from our first layer here, which is our base layer. So you can select it.
Mm-hmm.
And then in our textures settings, or no, property fill, that's what it is for you. In there, if you scroll down, you'll have your tiling, but you'll also have a color, height, rough, and metallic map that is associated with this, and then a color. And this material has a couple of parameters for color and roughness.
Mm-hmm.
So you can change how rough it is, you can change the color of it. You can
Oh,
also use a color picker, so if you want to just pick the exact color that Bomberman's using, you can just do that and select it.
Hmm. So how did you? Oh, I think I know how you did that. Like, can I like duplicate this and then like clear mask? Go here. Go to white. The thing. Oh, look at me go!
Yeah, look at you go. Pretty cool.
Yeah, very cool.
And that's pretty much it. So anytime I use smart materials, I like to just turn off all the layers and I just like to work from the base layer and work my way up. So I just make sure that it looks right from the first layer and then I turn on the next one, see what it does, and then I start to adjust the settings of that. And I just keep doing that until I've got everything that I like. Sometimes I like to mix smart materials. Maybe there's something about one smart material I like, but I don't like everything about it, and so I'll just take parts of it and move it over to something else. And this is a quick way to work. Now, one thing I like to do is as I'm kind of going through these smart materials, I like
Mhm.
to really kind of just make sure that I'm viewing the things that I want. So if I hit the C key, I can actually view the channels. So I can view the base color, I can view the height map, the roughness, the metallic, all of those things. And I can kind of just start to kind of hone in the values that I like that way, which is really, really helpful.
Wow.
And sometimes, um, the materials won't have enough things for me. So I'll find other things, smart mask and stuff like that. But we'll talk about that in a bit.
Look at my guy.
Yeah,
I need to go ahead and
you're
make
good
these
there, dude. That's pretty awesome.
less shiny.
And this is where you get to have fun. Like, figure out what kind of style you want for this guy, right? Like, you could just straight up do base colors, or you could, like, kind of discern how you think can, you know, translate what Bomberman is for you. That's the fun thing about this. This is where you've kind of made the comment of like, you make these like RTX versions of things, but really it's just like, well, a lot of these are characters are kind of old and they haven't been adapted to modern like techniques. So like, what does a modern take look like on that?
Hmm.
And that's fun for me because I kind of get to like imagine, something I enjoyed as a kid, but like, in today's standards.
There we go. Not as shiny now.
Another thing I like to do is if you're in the layers, you can change it from base color, height, roughness, metallic, and normal, and they all have layer types. So you can do like a multiply, you can do a screen or an overlay. You can also change the opacity of those. So if you like something but you just feel like it's too intense, you can always just decrease the opacity of it to give your result that you're looking for.
Yeah, of a specific layer.
Hmm.
Hmm. All right, I'll put some thought into this, but like right now, I just want to recreate it where it's like exactly
Absolutely,
the same
absolutely.
right now. But like, well, I'll get more into like the style I want whenever because you said that you want me to make my own version of this,
Yeah, yeah. At some
Bomberman.
point.
So I'll do
Yeah, and
that
by
when
all
we get to
means,
that.
you don't have to do anything crazy. You can literally just make it one for one if you'd like. Overall, that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm just thinking about other material properties. And the fun thing is things we've talked about before, where it's like, oh, this PBR method. Oh, it's like, you've thrown this stuff on it. But like, really, you can stylize those things too. Because the thing is like a PBR method is just how like this material is reacting to light. And we have these values called dielectric, which allows us as artists to kind of understand that, oh, when we go and we make gold in a digital space, we know it's this value of metallic, we know it's this value of roughness, and we know it's this color because this is the true color.
Hmm.
But that doesn't mean you have to adhere to that. You can use that as a basis and then exaggerate it, stylize it. And you can stylize it on all those channels. You can do color, you can stylize the color, you can stylize the roughness, you can stylize the metallic, and it's really fun.
Hmm. Hmm.
And that's something that they didn't really have back in the day, which is really cool because it kind of gives you an opportunity to try things out that really didn't exist. So for example here, I'll add a filter to this plastic, and I'm going to come in here and I'm going to look for something kind of cool. Let's see. I'm going to do the stylization filter, and look what it does.
Hmm. Wow.
Isn't that neat? Now it could be like, see, it almost looks like it's kind of like painted, or maybe it's like rock now.
Yeah.
And they have presets, so I can come in here and I could do like a painterly. And so see, now it gives me little brush strokes. But I could also turn off the channels that it's affecting, because right now it's affecting all my channels, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I could say, hey, I don't want it to affect anything but my color. And it's not really doing much at that point, right?
Yeah.
I could have it affect my height, but we don't really see it doing much. I could have it affect my roughness, and that definitely does something. But I could have it affect my normal, and now I get that look. And then I can come in here and I can decrease that. So I could do like a blend between what I had and the stylization that the filter's giving.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool, right?
Very cool.
And there's tons of settings just for this one filter. This is just one thing. That's cool.
It's been absolute hours trying to figure out that, Just playing around, messing with stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's really where you should be. You should be in this mode of just exploring things, finding what works for you and what you enjoy. That's why I keep saying, like, stop worrying about, like, if it's perfect or if it's all of these things, because, like, your creativity will kick in, dude. You'll have fun. You're just the one limiting yourself with that.
Yeah, I love limiting myself.
Don't we all?
Holding myself back. God, dude, it's only been 3 hours, and I am so I'm getting tired.
Well, we can end it, dude.
Oh,
I mean, I think we got a lot done.
how much? I'm over here going to compare myself to you. Like, how much do you usually get done? Like, I feel like to you, there isn't a lot. You like for
Well, no,
work.
to
You
me it's not.
yeah.
I mean, honestly, I would have been done with this Bomberman probably the first day we started, and probably a couple hours in.
Yeah.
Now, as for like the rigging and doing the cool like mesh morph targets for the facial stuff, that would probably take me a while. But that's because I don't really have any experience in that. Because that's typically things I don't do. So that part you'll definitely be helping me out on. we'll be working on that together.
I
But we
wouldn't
got
be
to get
so
all this
sure.
stuff done
But yeah.
before we can get there, right?
Uh-huh.
Look, if you don't believe me, right? Believe in Bomberman. See, look,
I
he's
believe
got
you.
something to say to you. No,
Okay.
hold on, he's got something to say to you. See?
it's, it's so scuffed. I love simple. I love that the brain can just immediately recognize spaces with the most
Right?
simplest things. It's so stupid. I love it. Wow. Wow, look at you. Look at you.
I know, right?
Wow, yeah, a
Aw.
little adding in a little thing. Adding a little highlights to the eyes. Okay. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that
He
was
had some
coming.
jail time, man.
I
He
knew
had some
it.
jail time.
Jail time. He fell asleep first, had a sleepover. Well, he got tattoos all over his face.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like we've made good progress, dude. And the thing is that like this for if like this for me at the level you're at, if I was still that low, this would be fucking hard. This would be so hard. So don't beat yourself up. Like you've done a lot, dude. This is what I tried to do with the Chibi character. We would have done the same thing with it. This is just Chibi 2.0. But the Chibi character was actually harder than this. And so you're doing great, man. Like you've zoomed through this so quickly. And I know you don't feel like you've done like a ton real fast. But the thing is like you're comparing to somebody who does this day in and day out. I literally made again this week. I made like in 2 days I made like 29 characters, and then the rest of my time was just kind of like listening to everybody's notes on them and what they wanted changed.
I think you had that's 29 out of the 50 characters you had to make.
Well, I gotta make more than 50 characters, brother.
Didn't you say it was supposed to be
I
50?
thought I said it was 50 minimum
Oh,
because
50 minimum.
we didn't know the full number, and then now we do, and it's a lot.
Oh no. Can you tell me how many?
And like
Can
we
you tell
have
me how-
like 4 characters that are cannibals, and so everybody's got a different opinion of what a cannibal looks like. And so everybody wants to tell me their direction for cannibals, but all I need is one person to tell me what the fuck they want so I can get it done. And the problem is they translate this to, oh, well, maybe he can't get it done, and it's like, no, if you tell me do cannibal, I'm gonna make a cannibal. I'm gonna make a cannibal, right?
Uh-huh.
If I tell you make an anime character, right? You're gonna make an anime character.
Uh-huh.
But if you make an anime character and you come to me and I go, well, that's not the anime character I wanted. Well, what anime character do you want? Well, I want SpongeBob. That's not anime.
It's not.
I've seen an anime of SpongeBob. And you're like, but okay, so you make a SpongeBob, and they're like, nah, that's not what I saw it on. I saw this fan art of it. Okay, well, why didn't we just start there? Why didn't you just send me the fucking fan art, and then I could have looked at that and made that? Well, I thought you would know what I wanted. How the fuck would I know what you want? I don't even fucking know you.
She's like, you're
That is
talking
the
about
conversation. That's like 90% of my work.
uh
So people want cannibal. I go make cannibal, and they're like, "No, but I watched this one movie, and they did cannibals really weird. I wanted that. Then why didn't we fucking start there? Well, why didn't you know? How the fuck would I know? You dumbass motherfucker! Learn how to communicate.
Old man crashing out. Old man crashing.
But that's the thing.
Uh,
You'll realize like you'll get to a point where you're like you can do these things. You just need people to fucking tell you what the fuck they want.
mhm.
That's the problem. And the problem is yeah, I've been in this industry a lot, and I keep thinking, okay, I can't see anything dumber. I can't hear anything dumber. I can't experiencing anything dumber. I've hit the wall. I've hit the ceiling. And they're
Mhm.
just like, no, 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 no. That was just a fraction of our power. And then they show me a whole new level of dumb shit, and I'm like, wow. I want to go back. Let me go back. Please let me go back. I don't want to be in this space anymore. So that's really it. So I made 4 cannibals, and then everybody was like, "Well, I want a monster." One person wanted a monster. One person wanted a clown. I didn't fucking understand that shit. Um,
What is-
one person wanted just like these like hillbillies. They just think hillbillies are cannibals. And then like
the
one
eyes have
person,
heels,
well,
so I can see that.
yeah, but that's the thing.
I've seen
It's
that
like,
movie.
do we like where do we start with a conversation, right? Right. So when they ask me, I want cannibals.
They
What
don't
I'm
give you
gonna
like a
ask is,
reference.
okay,
They just like,
here's
I want this.
here's
That's crazy to
here,
me.
yeah, they don't give you concepts. They don't give you nothing.
Wow.
And then they bitch and moan, and then act like you're supposed to somehow know this shit. And it's like, well, the fuck. I asked 100 times over, and you just said make a cannibal. It's not that big of a deal. I make fucking cannibal, and then it's a fucking big deal. So then, how do you approach this? So I go to them and I say, hey, we want to make a cannibal. Do we have anything? Is there any images? Can you take some time and just find some kind of movies, images, something that inspires you on what you want? Because the thing is this is your project. You're paying for this.
Mhm.
I'm the one that's going to do the work, but you're the one with the vision.
Mhm.
So, whatever your fucking vision is, go ahead and take some time and figure it out now. A lot of them won't do that. They just don't understand that. They think they throw money at you and you just know how to read their fucking minds. And that's just called stupidity. Adults who just never grew the fuck up. And so, how do you help yourself? Well, then you have to take the initiative. Hey, I took some time and I went and I found some images of some things. Oh no, that's not what I want. Nope, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. That's low bearing fruit, right? You saved yourself a ton of time because you didn't just get started on making a cannibal. You sent them a bunch of images because they wouldn't fucking do it because they're too
Taking
goddamn
initiative.
busy.
It's all about taking initiative. That's what my mom says. Okay.
Yeah, but the
Because
thing
people
is
won't
you're
do it
saving
for
yourself time.
you, so you gotta take the
So,
initiative. It's like, okay.
so you can send that, and then a lot of times there might be people who are like, yeah, no, that's not what we want, but they can't actually tell you that because they're not the director of the project. They're just some random person. And so then you got to figure out, okay, who actually can give me the answers I need? Sometimes that's impossible to fucking figure out because you don't even know where the money's coming from half the time. And so you do your best. You make sure you talk to everybody you can, and then you go and do it, and then some random fucking person further up the chain who pretends that they pay attention but they really don't, they just check in every once in a while to fuck everything up because they just like wasting their money, goes, oh, I don't like this isn't the direction I was thinking of. Okay, well, why didn't we start with you, motherfucker? Well, because I am an important person. Right,
And I
right.
have other things to do.
That makes so much
I
sense.
do
That's just
lies
wow.
of cocaines and buy hookers.
Yep, yep.
Uh,
And so ended up what happened was I made these cannibals, and then they were like, oh, but what I want the cannibals to be like skinny. And I was like, okay. I was told that we wanted like some like fatter ones, like they maybe eat a lot of people. So we had like 2 warriors that were kind of strong and fat, and then we had a leader that was kind of like cunning and kind of old, and then we had just a regular cannibal that was scrawny, kind of crazy motherfucker.
Kind of crazy.
And they're just regular people. Um, and they're gonna have like paintings and etchings on them, which will all be textures. That kind of indicate that their mind has kind of fallen through. Because the problem is they think that just because you eat people, you turn into a monster, and I'm like, that's not how cannibalism works at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it does not change your physical appearance. The only
Physical
thing it does
appearance.
is it fucks with your mind, which
Yeah.
thus you could change your physical appearance because you're fucking crazy. But you know what? I can do that too because y'all are making me crazy.
You know what? I think I can become a cannibal right now.
Yeah.
Uh,
And so then the question becomes, do we want realistic cannibals because the rest of this project is realistic, or do we just want some imaginary fucked up shit from some movie that you saw because you think that's what cannibals are?
the
So
game, the
please,
forest, cannibals in
exactly
an
right.
island.
I would be
That's what they're
down to do
wanting,
those
right?
things.
Those fucking mutated
No,
arms in the
no,
caves.
I don't think so. That would be
No?
fun though.
Real?
No,
Oh.
no. They just wanted people with shark teeth. That was what they wanted.
People with
We went
sharp
through that
teeth.
whole shit, and
Wow.
they just wanted some like shaved down teeth, and I was like, you fucking.
Really? They didn't want the forest? Are you kidding me? That's what I was thinking when they were talking about cannibals and going crazy with like mutations to their body, and I'm like, so the forest, my guys.
But
But
here,
all right.
here's another great thing to think about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there are plenty of moments, and this is where you will learn as you go into the industry how you can really end up fucking yourself over because you'll get this cannibal instance and you're like, oh, I just played this really cool game called The Force and I really liked their concept of cannibals because it was just all these mutated, like, you know, dysmorphia and all this kind of stuff, and it's really cool.
Uh huh.
Okay, well, now you have to model that. You've got to rig that. You've got to animate those. You've got to texture them, and they've got to match everything that's in the project. And for us, we have 28 episodes that we have to make, and they're all around anywhere from 10 to 20 minutes of runtime. And these cannibal characters, these four cannibals, is only in one episode, and they're really only there for like 2 minutes.
Oh wow.
So, do you have the time, the budget, and the manpower to do so? You have to take all of that into consideration when you go to throw an idea out like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It sucks. It is so limiting and it sucks. It really sucks. There's so many times I wanted to do some really cool shit. Because the thing is once they told me they wanted just fucking shark teeth, I went and I sculpted shark teeth. It took me like 10 minutes. And they were like, holy shit, this is really good quality and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah, when you tell me what the fuck you want, I can get it done. But if we're doing this whole game where I've got to play fucking Monopoly with you and try to figure out all this fucking shit, and then we jump over to the game of Clue, and then I got to figure out who killed the fucking nurse with the goddamn bat in the living room, I don't fucking know, bro. I'm not doing this. I'm a fucking artist, not a goddamn detective and a master fucking chess player here.
Bro, it's just like, but like, did you actually say any of that to them? Like, did you tell them like, hey, if you just tell me what you want, then I can make it
I
fast?
say it in a very professional and political way, which
Mm.
is essentially I just put in the front of what I just said of take this professionally. And then I start to cuss everyone out. No, I don't.
I said,
I
take this.
take the time to kind of help them understand that, hey, you guys only have so much money. Your project and your aspiration of your project is well beyond your scope of what money you gave us. We can do this. We just need more money and time. And unfortunately, you can't provide that. So shut the fuck up and let's get the job done. And then they
Uh,
get all super mad because they're like, well, this is the Cherokee people and we're trying to preserve this stuff and you're being a very racist person, Adrian. And I'm like, no, I'm really not. I'm here to help you guys. I'm literally hired by you guys. But the thing is that you're being stupid. There's a big difference between being racist and you just being stupid.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, they really like to play that card, which I understand. I get it. But my brother's Cherokee, and I grew up in that, so I don't fuck around with that shit.
Mm.
I'll be like, I'm sorry, it's not being racist. You're just being dumb.
Understandable. All right then. This is a beautiful conversation.
Yep. It always ends with racism. It doesn't.
It always is with racism. Ah, yes.
Um,
But yeah,
so
that's
this is
good.
a
The
little
game's
insight
good.
for you. I don't know what triggered that for me, so I'm sorry. But
Oh no, you're fine. I was asking you about stuff, and you started giving me an example of your work and
yeah,
stuff. So
and so that's just kind of stuff. So the thing is this: the better you get at this stuff, the more you'll have to manage all those other things, right?
hmm
Which sucks for sure. I spend more of my time doing that than I actually do of art. Um, but it's nice because when I do art, I can get it done really fast. But I have years of experience of doing these things, and there's plenty of things that still hit me all the time. They're asking for things that I don't know how to do, and so what I do is I compartmentalize it. I start looking up things and I try to start learning what I can. And then eventually, it could be a couple of weeks, it could be months, sometimes it could be years. Eventually, I will figure something out that helps me move forward in that. And there's still plenty of things that are in the queue for me of like, I don't know how to do. Like this week, we finally learned how to do hair cards. I've been trying to learn that for years. I know how to do the more complex things, but I don't know how to do hair cards. And it sucks because I get hit with it a lot, especially now being a character artist. Kind of a must. So if we wanted to make a Bomberman with some hair, we could do that.
I'm glad you finally figured out hair cards. I remember you talking about them and how difficult they are for you.
You want to know what program I learned it in?
Blender?
Yeah,
Yeah, I imagine so.
yeah,
I've seen some tutorials in Blender, and it's
yeah.
so
I saw a
nice, dude.
really good, yeah, I saw a really good tutorial on it, and ended up aligning with the things that I did know about it. And it had a couple of parts that I was struggling with. Ended up having somebody else on the team do it because I was focused on a billion other things, and they were able to successfully do it. So I'm super excited to get the opportunity to do it. I think it's going to open up a lot of things for me, and I'm super excited for that.
All right.
Because the more complex version of hair cards is grooms, but the problem is that those are expensive.
By expensive, what do you mean? Like it's all in the same program, so how is it more expensive? Or you're talking
Well,
about
it's
resource, like
expensive in
game
real
engine
time,
wise.
like in games.
Gotcha. They were like, what?
But not only that, like even though we may not be making games at my job, we still have to render out of it. And if Unreal just crashes because there's too much shit, that's a problem. And so it'll definitely help us.
Hmm.
But it sounded like you were trying to go, so I don't want to leave you. Or I don't
Oh
want to keep
no,
you.
I'm not in a rush to leave. I'm just taking a little break right now. I've been doing this
Well,
for
I
like three
definitely
hours
think,
straight.
yeah, I think we can call it good for today. This is a great spot to end it. Because essentially we're just doing a couple little things of like what we, and you don't even really need me here for this part of just figuring out what you want to do with them, right? Um, and again, if you just want to do the flat colors and that be that, you're more than welcome to. But I will say have some fun with them. You don't have to save it to your version of the Bomberman because like yeah, like I added a little cloth texture and that gives them a little roughness, it gives them a little normal values, right? I'm probably gonna do some more stuff to the leather and the gold and a couple of things on these little palms and stuff like that. I'll probably do something on the bottom of the feet. Maybe add some kind of like little detailing down here. So yeah.
Hmm.
And then not only that, but you can also change the lighting, which is nice too. So you can look at it in different lightings.
How do you rotate the
Here,
lighting?
hold shift and right click.
Gotcha. There we go. Cool. Awesome.
Well, great work, man. Great work. All right, well, I'll let you go. I'm gonna be busy tomorrow, so I won't be around. Um, and then Monday I have off, and I know Monday we have our thing scheduled. So if you want to start a little earlier on Monday, we can do that. If not, no worries.
Tomorrow you'll be
Um,
busy, then Monday is Monday, so. Alright then.
yeah, but I have Monday off because it's a holiday.
Gotcha. Oh, and then you're saying that we can start earlier on Monday because you have Monday off. Gotcha. Alright.
All right, man. Well, I'll talk to you later.
Is there anything else? No? Yes? Thinking of Bomberman? It's very much pink and red. Anyway. Alright, mine
Yeah,
looks good.
I mean,
Looks good, right?
yeah, you can pretty much do that, and don't worry about the eyes and stuff like that because we're gonna do something different with that. So, I mean, you're pretty much just like good to go.
Where is this card? Yeah, yours. Yeah. Here is more red. Yeah. Oof. Oh yeah, and you got it into you got yours into. Oh no, you have your assistance banner still, but you're dragging in different lighting. Well, yeah. One more thing. How do I do that? How do I drag in different lighting?
You just there's a little lighting tab in your assets library. It'll be the one next to the T, and there will just be some lighting scenarios, and you can just click and drag it into the scene or drop it out in the open, and it will change the lighting. And then you can hold Shift right click, and you can just rotate that lighting.
What? You said that there's a in assets. So there's a lighting. There's a T. Where?
See where the T tab is? There's like a checkerboard, then like a little
Let me
folder
bring
with
up
like a
yours.
splash
Let
coming
me
out of it,
let me
and then
let
a
me bring
T.
up yours. In your display settings.
No. And your assets, where like your materials, smart materials, all those are.
Oh, I
You
see. And
pick
then
that
there's a
second to
T.
last one.
Second to last one. Gotcha. Yeah, see, second to last one is we do not have the same. You see?
No. Okay. Well, one of them is.
I mean, like, there's this, but like, yeah, one of them is. Like, the second to last one is textures, have alphas, environments. Is that the one?
Yep, environments.
Gotcha. See, it's like a picture of a landscape for me.
Okay.
And then what? I just drag that into the thing.
Yep.
Which one do you have selected? Like, your lighting is like
I
so
think I have one
dark.
of those like soft white studio ones. I like those a lot of times just because they don't add color to the scene. And you should share what you're working on. Put it in the Tulsa Game Developers or something.
I'll do that
Put it
when
in the
it's not just.
coolest.
It's just like this is just practice, you know. Like I want to share something
Yeah,
I'm
man.
proud of.
You should always do it. You should be proud of everything you do.
Wow, I wish, dude. I wish.
Start working on it. Like I'm telling you, post it in there. Be like, check out, I'm doing Bomberman. I'm competing with Adrian, and I'm so much better than him.
I'm competing with Adrian.
And then everybody will be like, that's about fucking damn time. That dude's such a dumbass. And then they'll be like, fucking cut his head off.
Why is your lighting different than mine?
Oh, I turned on shadows and stuff. In the display settings, there's some stuff there you can turn on shadows and whatnot.
Where's display settings? Display settings. Shadows. Is that all you turned on with shadows? I don't even know where to post this.
Posted in the Tulsa Game Developers Art channel. And you can post it in the coolest game this side of the Mississippi.
That's such a cute little GIF you have in there. Oh, I love that.
Hmm? What? Gift. Talking about. Oh yeah, that's old Bomberman. That's from N64.
You're like, God, I love how cute it is.
Right? That thing was probably like. That was probably like 120 polygons.
I love that that is just nothing but spheres.
Yeah.
Like its connections to its arms and legs, arms and spheres. Oh God, it's so cute.
Eventually, like, I'm done for the most part. I could do like a little bit more work on him, but I'll just export him out and then throw him into Unreal, which is probably what we'll do next. And we'll just get the eyes in on him as well with our game model. And we'll make our materials. So we'll get our materials to work and like look nice on him. And then we'll set up like some nice little render shots of him, and then that will be like our first pass. And then from here we'll go back, we'll set up our rig, we'll set up our like facial blend shape stuff, which will take us a while because I'm not good at those things, which is why I'm kind of saving it towards the end. But all the other work's done, and we know it looks good, so now we just got to make it move well.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll get all that back into Unreal, and at that point we'll be cruising.
Awesome.
So I would say we're halfway through the project.
Nice.
Yeah. And then once we get all that done, then we just make our own little version of our Bomberman. And then from there, we'll move on to making a mask.
God,
We'll
I
just
want
do
to
the
have
whole
like
process
flames
again.
and stuff on it. Make them all evil. Make them cool.
Yeah.
Too cool for
Yeah.
school.
You can look at other Bomberman designs. They do like a lot of crossovers too in the Bomberman games. There's a lot of like, there's a lot of like Konami games, so like Castlevania Bombermans, There's like Metal Gear Solid
Fall
Snake
Guys is what I
Bombermans.
get.
Yeah, you could do a lot of things. I'm just kind
Mega
of letting you know there's
Man.
a lot of like inspiration to change things.
Kirby Barberman. You know what? I search Bomberman skins and it pulls up Minecraft and it pulls up Minecraft skins.
Here, I'll find some for you. Because I play Bomberman. I like Bomberman a lot. So if we go to 3D model resource, I love this site. It is
Bomberman
such a
wiki.
wonderful site. And if you go in here and you type Bomberman,
Hmm.
you can do search, and it'll find all the models that are like associated with Bomberman. But you can actually just uncheck models and do search by games, and then you can see all the Bomberman games they have. And so we can come in here, and we could look for Super Bomberman R. So I'll open that up. And you can see here are the different Bombermen. So this is black Bomberman, blue Bomberman, pink Bomberman, red, white, yellow. There's Simon Belmont from Castlevania. There's some enemies. And there's not a ton here because, I mean, it really all just depends on who extracts what, you know?
Hmm.
But it's really cool. So, like, that's black Bomberman. Um, Here's pink Bomberman. Like, and the pink Bomberman's got, like, a completely different design.
That's cute. Bomber
And
Girl.
here's,
Okay, anyway.
yeah. Here's, what?
I love the.
Alright. Alright.
No, look at the comments. Look at the comments.
Alright.
Oh god, I'm gonna get lightheaded. Oh my god, out of nowhere. Oh, the
But
comments.
yeah, like look at this guy.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's what I'm saying. Is like we can have some fun with this once we get there. You are limited to your creativity.
Yeah, Bomberman 64. The different bosses. Pretty cool.
Yep.
Bomberman 64 second attack. Oh yeah. Bomberman Blast.
Yep.
Bomberman Customs. Bomberman Fantasy Race. Bomberman Generation. Max. Oh, is it edgy?
And if we type in Bomberman R2 is the newest game that just came out. And if we type in characters, sure we can find images of all the characters.
Oh yeah, the wiki. Bomberman Hero.
So here's Pyramid Head Bomberman.
Yeah, I saw the image for it. Yeah, so cool. I didn't know it was real.
Yep. So that's what I'm saying. Is like we can have some fun. There's Naked Snake from Metal Gear Solid.
That's what I call a whip-log ding dong. I found it. There it is. Naked Snake. What?
Yeah, Naked Snake's the original Snake.
Oh yeah, there's like timeline thing, or is it multiple? Is it timeline or like multiple
No,
clones?
so Naked Snake is a like trained super soldier. And then an event happens where this person named the boss defects the US and goes over to Russia, and he's sent to defeat his like
Can you send me that
mentor.
wiki by the way too? While you're
Oh, you want me to send you the wiki?
Yeah, of those characters. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a cool reference of what I want to do next.
Anyways, long story short, he ends up beating the boss. He becomes the big boss after that, and then
Vegas Snake becomes the big boss.
he gets wrapped up in a very like super secret conspiracy like organization called uh the Liberation,
Mm-hmm.
and he ends up getting cloned, and that's where you get Solid
Okay.
Snake, Solidus Snake, and Liquid Snake. Solid Snake is the one that you play in most of the Metal Gear games.
Yeah. And
They
then
also
Liquid
they
Snake. There's
degenerate
3
fast.
snakes.
Yep, there's 3 snakes, and they all degenerate fast, which ends up making them a little vulnerable in their mental state. And so 2 of them defect, Solidus and Liquid Snake. And Solid Snake is aging very quickly, as they all are. So they're like 20, but they look like they're like 60.
Because they're all clones of
They're all clones of this super soldier.
Naked Snake. No, Super.
Yep.
Okay, Super Soldier, which
Yep,
is
Naked
named
Snake.
Naked Snake. Gotcha.
Yep, that's his tag name.
Solid Snake and
And
Liquid
so
Snake.
Solid Snake goes and does all these operations. He gets sent in because Naked Snake is gone. He's been erased from history. Nobody, like, he's presumably dead. You find out he's not, but he's presumably dead. And so Solid Snake, the clone, gets sent in to all these
You played all the
instances
games,
to
right?
prevent these crazy wars.
Have you played all the games?
Oh yeah, I love Metal Gear.
Oh wow. I watched a streamer do like a whole marathon of like whole things, and it was like very interesting how crazy the story gets.
Oh, dude, it gets so fucking dumb. There's this one fight in Metal Gear Solid 3, which is a prequel to the Metal Gear games, and that's where you play as Naked Snake and you learn about his origin.
Mhm.
And there's a boss. He's an old man and he's a sniper rifle. He's like a sniper. And he's got a sniper rifle, and you can do 2 things. I will remind you, this was back on the PS2, and it was an early PS2 title. You could do 2 things. You can like try to maneuver through the level as he's trying to snipe you, and you can get away from him, or you can hide in a spot, sit your controller down, and wait 2 hours in real life, and he'll die of a heart attack. That's literally a mechanic in the game.
That's amazing. How do you get hired to be part of something like that? Like
I don't know, man.
Ugh.
Hideo Kojima is just a weird dude, and he does some funky things. On the PlayStation 1, when they introduced memory cards and rumble features into the controller.
Oh, they're the memory guy, right? They could read it?
Yeah, his name is Psycho Mantis. And he would literally, like,
Yeah.
he'd be like, put your controller on the ground. I will make it move through psycho, like, energy. And then your controller would start moving. You'd be like, what the fuck?
Because
And
new
he'd be like,
technology. Yeah, like it's so cool.
and then he'd be like, I'm going to erase your memory card now. And it would literally be like, your memory's gone. You're like, no, stop it.
And then
And when
they
they
remade
did
him,
Metal Gear
right?
Solid 4,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, when they did Metal Gear Solid 4, you had to go back to that site from the first game, and there was like a ghost of him. It was the ghost of Psycho Mantis, and he tried to do it again. He was like, put your controller on the ground, and it didn't do anything. And he's like, oh, fuck, it's got 6-axis. I can't do this anymore. He's like, all right, I will erase your memory. And he's like, what, it's flash drive now? Ah! And then like there's a part in the level where they're like in the first game, it was a multi-disc PS1 game, and they were like, "Oh, you're going to have to load in disc 2." They do it the same thing on the PS3 title for Metal Gear Solid 4, but they're Blu-ray discs, and so the whole game was on one disc. And so you get there, and this guy named Otacon, he's like, I always talks in your radio. He's like, "Oh, Snake. Well, it looks like you're moving to the next area, so it's time to put in disc 2." And he's like, "What?" And they're like, "Oh, you don't have to put in another disc. It's Blu-ray. Oh my God, this has so much storage space." I was just like, okay, but why are we being so stupid? And then there's these enemies in the game. They're called the Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially they're like these orphan girls who have been like experimented on and become like super soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
And they've grown up into women, but they've kind of become like mechanized.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like if you took a Gundam and a hot chick and mixed them together.
Nice. Hell
And
yeah.
like but you don't know they're women because like one of them just it looks like a mechanical panther, like something from Transformers or something.
Oh
And like
hell yeah.
when you're
Okay.
when you're fighting it, if you pull out your camera and
Uh-huh.
you go into camera mode, they'll stop and they'll pose and you'll actually see the woman on the inside. And that's the only time you'll know they're women. And it's like, what the fuck?
No, stop and pose for the camera. That's great.
Yeah.
I love when
Like in
developers
the middle
are
of this
that.
boss fight, you just they're like, oh
Oh, that's so good.
yeah, that's just the funny, wacky
Yeah, I've seen
side
some
of
videos
him.
of like silly sides.
Now, I
This
will
game is
say, if you
great.
want to play a game that he's done, um, and you want to play something that a lot of people don't really like talk about a lot, there's a game called Zone of the Enders,
Zone of
and
the
it is a game
Enders.
directed by Hideo Kojima, and it's Zone of the Enders and Zone of the Enders 2. Zone of the Enders 1 and Zone of the Enders 2 were both PS2 games. One you can probably beat in like 4 or 5 hours. It was more of like a tech demo than anything else. But 2, it's got fucking story and it is awesome.
I wonder if it's on Steam.
And it even today it's still considered like a fast-paced action game. Like did you ever play that Metal Gear Revengeance?
No,
Or have you seen it or heard about it?
I've heard of it.
Okay. So it's got Raiden, he's that ninja cyborg guy, and he's
Oh
chopping everything up.
yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It essentially does the same thing, but
My
on the
source, I made
PC.
it the fuck up.
And
Nanobots.
you're essentially
uh,
like you're essentially piloting a Gundam.
Zone of the Enders, the second run, Mars.
Yep, that's the second game. They also have an anime, if I remember correctly, and they have a game on
It
the
already
Game
looks
Boy
very
Advance.
anime. This game just
Yeah, dude, that game was it was sick as fuck.
It reminds me of
Because there's a
what's
bad
the
guy
big
in the game
uh-huh.
they introduced in the first game. So in the first game, you're just this like kid, and you become orphaned because like you're on this like satellite station. It's a colony, and this organization ends up attacking, and you get inside this like um robot called the Jehuti. And it's like this experimental thing. Nobody's supposed to know about it, but somehow this organization got a hold of it, and they're trying to like capture it and take it because it's going to give them like an edge in this war that they're about to engage
Mm-hmm.
with like Earth. And so it's like the colony's trying to split off from Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And this kid gets wrapped up in it, becomes an orphan, and he ends up piloting this thing, and he ends up fighting all of these like terrorists that also have crazy robots. Um, and then like towards the end, you just get your fucking ass handed to you by this guy who pilots this thing called the Anubis, and it's thick as fuck. Like look up the picture for Anubis. Also, I love the art in the game. The art is like sick as fuck.
Anubis.
Um,
What's the name of the game?
mhm. Yep, Anubis.
It's just called Anubis, the game?
No, no, Zone of the Enders.
Zone
Here.
Zone of the Enders, but it's Anubis in Zone of the Enders. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's the character. So Anubis. Check this shit out. Check this motherfucker
Oof.
shit out.
Ooh, that looks nice.
Look at that. Ooh. Ooh. And this is the guy that pilots it.
Wow.
Some kind of like white ass Russian pasty motherfucker.
Yeah.
Mewtwo looking ass with that big old cable.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
But
It's like
look,
a
this is the
Pokemon.
art that. Oh man, this is the fucking art I'm talking about. Hold on,
Send
this
it-
shit is
yeah.
tiny as fuck.
Send it to me.
Shit is tiny as fuck. Hold on.
It's
let me
one
drop
of
to you.
those in the gallery. Yeah.
Oh, look at that shit. I love that shit.
Yeah, because you love like the art from Warframe, and then also
No, I really like calligraphy. Like I'm very much
that's what
into
you
the
call it?
Japanese like calligraphy art.
I thought calligraphy was
so,
letters
like-
and words.
Well, no. It's a pen.
Oh, it's the tool.
Yeah. And so like I really love that style. Like Final Fantasy has a lot of this in its old artwork, and I just love that shit. this is what I draw.
Mm,
I just don't get to anymore. But that was like all I ever did.
yeah.
I love that shit. But anyways, that motherfucker shows up at the end of the first game and he just whoops your ass like you cannot beat him. And that's how they end the game. Like he takes the motherfucking ship and the kid just gets fucked. And then the second game picks up with a whole different character and a whole different like situation, and you end up finding this motherfucker again, and you fight him so many times through the game because he is a badass. And I'm like, oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's a cool ass game. They got it in VR now too. I don't know how you play it in VR, but that sounds fun.
So,
You like pilot the mech in VR.
wow.
So, anyways, man, you got me on a deep cut right now.
No, I
Went
love
down
it
memory lane.
when you yap about this type of stuff. It's so cool to me.
Yeah, I love the art from this game. There's a really good website called Creative Cut, I think is what it's called, where they upload like art books from games. Yeah, Creative Cut. Um, oh, no, Creative Uncut. That's what it's called. And they upload like video game concept arts from games and stuff like that. And it's sick shit, man. I love this website.
Creative Uncut.
hmm Like, check this shit out. I'm gonna do Breath of Fire. I love this art. Do Breath of Fire 4. And then it just shows you like concept art from like the official books and stuff.
Wow.
That shit, I love this shit.
What are those from?
This is from a game called Breath of Fire. It's an old series. It's not around
I
anymore.
love the monster designs. Oh my god, that's so
Oh,
cool.
dude, this guy is from Capcom, so it's a Capcom series, and he does a
I
lot of
can
designs for
recognize the
Monster
art
Hunter.
style. I was like,
Yeah,
that looks
yeah.
like it's for Capcom.
I've been following that dude since I was like 5. He's inspired me so fucking much.
That's so cool.
Um, they did another one, Breath of Fire, Dragon Quarter. This one was like super divisive, but I love the fucking art. They went like in a really weird direction. They made it more like sci-fi fantasy. And shit is fucking cool. Like,
It's such a weird art style. It's not bad at all.
uh-huh.
It's really cool, but
No, I loved it.
it's so just different, I guess. It's
Yeah,
so
that's why I love it.
you don't really see that, I feel, especially here in
Yep.
Western.
Yeah, it stands out so fucking much, and I
It
just
reminds me of
adore it.
not Eco. Oh, what's the same artist that of
Look at this shit.
Shadow of the Colossus, but they made another game where it's like a big wolf guy, and I feel like the concept art
Oh
for
yeah,
that was like, and you would
yeah.
ride the dog. But then like that was like apparently a prequel to the original game, and then that art style is more. I gotta look this up, but yeah, it's so cool.
Oh, look at this promotional art. Yeah, damn.
It's so full too. Like it's so much happening, and when you focus on each part, it looks so cool.
Yep, I love this shit, man. Absolutely love this shit.
It's so unique, very much just like Capcom games. Isn't the same similar
Yep.
artist that did the Chrono Trigger, or is it different? I
No,
feel like
so
Chrono
Chrono
is
Trigger
similar to
artist is the guy who
Dragon
did
Ball
Dragon
Z.
Ball Z, who also
Yeah.
does Dragon Quest.
Yeah, Dragon Quest.
That was Akira Toriyama, and he recently passed.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is a different artist. So then, what did this artist also work on? That's
This
like
artist worked
mainstream.
on, so he worked on the Breath of Fire series. That was his big one, and then that kind of died out after this game in the PS2 era. And then he worked on Dragon's Dogma. on Dragon's Dogma 2. He worked on some Monster Hunter games. I think he did some stuff with Devil May Cry, if I remember correctly.
Dragon's
So
Dogma, Devil
he's
May
been,
Cry is really awesome. And all
yeah, he's
these
been
cool
busy.
games are all from Capcom. I'm surprised you still you want to work for Capcom, no?
I would love to work for Capcom, but that's definitely like that's not my goal. It was always Square Enix. That's the one that captured my heart.
Oh, that's surprising. Oh well, Square
Yeah, look
Enix
at
made Final Fantasy,
yeah,
right? Yeah, that's what
yeah. So
I
check
keep thinking
check
that.
this shit out.
I keep thinking that Capcom made Final Fantasy, but it's Square Enix.
Yeah,
I
this
keep
one's
getting
one of
those
my
two
favorites.
mixed up.
So we check out like Final Fantasy. Let's do video game art concepts. Go by F. We'll do Final Fantasy 12.
God, there's so
Love
many
this
Final
shit.
Fantasy games. What was it?
I love this shit, bro. Look at this
Yeah,
fucking shit right there.
you love Final
Look at that.
Fantasy. Some
Oh,
awesome armor
the
design.
armor designs.
It has
Motherfucking
so much
judges.
character to it that you just don't see anywhere else. That's really cool. Ooh, a bunny girl. Ooh, nah, okay.
Oh
That's
yeah.
cool. It reminds you of Star Wars. These
Yeah,
guys.
yeah, that was their thing for this one for Final Fantasy 12. They were like, we just want to make like a Star Wars universe, and that's what they did.
Oh
And
wow.
it's awesome. Like literally, when you're playing the game, you go into the first town, and it's just like hundreds of races. Like it's so cool. I love that. I want games to do that more. Everybody's always like humans, humans, humans. I'm like, no, give me fat fucking pig people. Give me fucking crazy ass like lizard men and shit. Like I want this shit. I want
Yeah.
4-armed cat cyclopses.
Yeah, very, very rural, big packed, third world slums just filled with like
Mhm.
multi races and just
Mhm. I love that shit.
yeah.
There's a old PlayStation game called Vagrant Story. And this art's all wacky too, but I fucking love it.
That's so cool. I'm really
Just
the
love
reason
the
why I love this,
style.
I love the showing
Like
you
look
this
at that
stuff.
body, bro. That
That's
body
so
is fucking
sick.
whack, but I love it.
It's whack. What do you mean? This is so
Yeah,
awesome.
it's whack as fuck, but I was like, shit, dude, that shit is cool. It's got style.
That was so cool. They still have big eyes. That's interesting. Even with the creatures, the big eyes.
Mm.
It's very, very feminine.
I love this. So Akihiko Yoshida is like, he's one of the greatest, dude. One of the fucking greatest, man. This guy is a fucking beast. He's no longer with the company. But I love his fucking style.
Wow. There's just so much. It's so dense. It's so rich, dude. It's cool.
This is like all like if you were to ever see like my old
It in
sketchbooks
Nier
from high school
Automata.
and stuff, this is all I ever drew. I just drew like images like that. I just have like hundreds of characters piled on top of each other.
Oh, that's cool. I recognize Nier
Y-
Automata. I had no idea
Yep,
this thing guy did that. Wow.
yep. This motherfucker is god tier. Dude is a fucking beast. I love his art. Always have. He is just so inspirational. That's what I'm saying, man. You just need to like you need to expose yourself to things. It's so fun. It's so cool. Like I would love to recreate these in 3D and like get the style down. That would be fucking sick.
That'd be awesome.
But
I'm
I
down
never
to do
get to
that.
do that stuff.
I'm down to if I get good enough, I'm definitely down to do that. Yeah, that stuff is awesome.
Well, this would be a challenge for me too, because this stuff is like it's good. It's good, but it's wacky and I love it.
the proportions, I guess, are very like it's still a human, but it's very much. I don't know. This he has a very unique way to stylize his character's proportions.
Yeah.
It's like it's still like it's anime, I guess.
Nah, that's probably the
don't
one
know.
you know, because you're a fucking perv.
Near Automata, like yeah, I know all of because if you go back up, I was like, oh, I say for
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Don't get me
yeah.
wrong. I'm
Whatever,
very
you
much a
perv.
pervert, 100%. Just like
Whatever, you
very
perv.
openly too. I'm
Everybody,
not ashamed of
everybody
that.
was doing the same thing with Nier. They all wanted that booty.
Yeah, yeah, boy, get them cheeks.
They said they saw 2B and they said, wait till you see that from the back. And then you do it, and then the game gives you a trophy that says, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But okay, I'm going to go. I'm going to enjoy my night.
All right, dude. Thank you for yapping about your everything that you like.
Obsessions.
Yes, I love it. I love it. And I love they ended off with expose yourself. And it's like, what do you think I do? All I do is expose myself to everything I try to look at on the internet.
Yeah.
What do you
But
think?
you ain't know about no Akihiko?
No, because I'm not into.
And obviously
I
you
never
haven't
gotten
enough.
into. Okay, hold on.
God damn, boy.
I play one of
God
his
damn.
games. I didn't know the artist.
Well,
That's all, but I recognize his work. Okay, we've been
Yeah.
rant on about those games. I just haven't played Final Fantasy.
Start learning.
What do you, bruh?
Start learning.
You have such a for what Eastern artists? I don't know. You just love Asian art. What is it called?
Oh my God, yes.
You
Like when
love
people
Asian
start
art.
talking about like any Western shit, I throw up.
Yeah, you
Straight up throw up.
yeah.
They're like, oh, World of Warcraft is the coolest shit. And I'm like, no, that shit is
You
fucking
just
ugly.
love,
That
bro.
shit is
You're
stupid.
so
That's baby
biased
shit.
towards
I
Asian work.
am. 100
You would.
million percent. I know I am. People start like I grew up in an era where that was all people ever did. They were like, "Oh, you're a weeb, you're a weeb." So I fought back. I was like, "You know what? You're a fucking loser."
You know what? You're
My shit is cool as fuck.
uncultured. I love anime. I love Asian.
Yep, I got the power of God and anime on my side. What you got?
Yeah,
What you got?
everyone
World
over
of
here just
Warcraft?
talks
That shit
about
is whack.
the whack.
Fucking, ooh, look, I'll do a little hand painting of an ugly ass character with some badass proportions. Fuck, man. That shit look bad in comparison to my shit. My shit sitting next to yours, that's the kind of guy that your girlfriend tells you not to worry about. That's what my shit is. That's what it is.
Preach.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, that's great. Glad that I've seen all of this.
Yep. But I'm gonna go.
I see you.
Bye.
Bye. Awesome. Save all this stuff, and then I'm gonna go hang out with my girlfriend. All right.